folks. Welcome to the final Andor commentary for the year. I don't know when I'm going to come back to the show to do season 2. It'll very much depend. I'm also relatively interested in if discussing like other writing processes in between our coverage of Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which a lot of people tout as definitively George's best work. And so so I'm very excited to watch that. In terms of how to put it, in terms of the next few weeks, I will need to cut down on streaming amounts due to the fact that I'm almost at the 20-hour per month limit for the free version, especially since I don't really need to do much streaming these days.
Which is a real shame.
Well, thankfully the month is almost over, so.
No, I mean that you don't have to do as much streaming.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to be streaming on. About Writer's Showcase will periodically happen when we can get enough guests in. But I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure what to do. It could just be that I'm like experiencing a measure of creative burnout, since right now I'm working on about 2 scripts per week for the Three-Eyed Theorist, which is a YouTube channel that I really like. Totally go subscribe to them if you haven't, and if you're a Song of Ice and Fire fan, they do actually surprisingly well written what ifs using a predetermined set point. I would say it's pretty good what they've done. So anyway, let's get started, shall we? And let me do the let me just pull up the
what the fuck?
There's the theater link as usual. It hasn't changed, but this is just where we're going to be viewing the show.
Okay.
Alrighty. You coming, Wes?
I'm already in.
Okay, good. All right, cool.
Time for some peak cinema.
This is some good dialogue.
Mm-hmm. It's a monologue because only she's talking.
Technically. Yes.
Dunn's doing some funky things with the mic.
Yep.
Compare that interrogation scene to the one in Kenobi between Riva and Leia.
Well, a lot of it was probably due to the fact that they're too scared to make Leia anything other than a.
You mean that they were too scared to portray Leia as a child being interrogated by a literal Sith or a dark side user?
The worst part is the fact that they thought that interrogation scene was intimidating because they don't understand how to write characters. Like Riva was so comically loud that it became comical.
Because to them, that's how they view power. That's how they view people being powerful, is when they're big and they're loud and they're throwing things around and breaking things. They don't understand that people who are powerful and intimidating only need to speak and you fear them. They merely need to look at you. That is real power.
Mm-hmm. I also like the attendant jails. They're acknowledging the fact that a guy killed themselves in the last episode.
Oh, yeah.
And so another team is understaffed because of it. Guantanamo Bay, man.
I don't want to end up in Guantanamo Bay. There is something. Hold on, pause.
Uh-huh.
There is something so deeply and primally disturbing about the fact that this guy speaks so casually and so excitedly about this technology that they discovered, these frequencies and waves that are sourced from the screams and begging of children as their entire species was genocided.
If you have trouble speaking, just shift your headset aside.
I love the fact that they kind of don't have to, do anything physical. It's kind of the difference between this and what Ramsay Bolton did to Theon Greyjoy in Game of Thrones.
Oh my god, wait, no! No, done! Pause! Pause this. That was a shot-for-shot recreation of fucking episode 4 when Darth Vader was going in to interrogate Leia.
Yeah, it was. The same camera movement.
It's the same movement. Just as the interrogation begins, it looks at the door closes, the camera pans down, and you see like a set of boots trailing it. It's just a guy walking down the hall while there's horrible things going on. God damn. This shit that is incredible. That is just
That's fan service
so
done
cool.
Beautifully. Beautiful fan service right there.
Oh my god. And people say, this is a real Star Wars. Dude, they literally recreated a very iconic shot from the 4th movie.
Yeah, but it doesn't have lightsabers with it, therefore it's
not... yeah, it does have lightsabers. I'm sorry, my bad. It doesn't matter that they actually literally captured the cinematic language of episode 4. All that matters is, oh, they had lightsabers. There's no lightsabers, so it says it's bad. It's just like Star Wars. Can you tell I hold those kinds of people with contempt?
Yeah.
I'm glad I looked away from the screen for that moment. Back to work. What syntax error?
Oh no.
And I think the most effective part about that is the fact that you don't hear the sound. It's just up to your imagination.
It's always usually the best way to do something like that. It's like, don't even try to recreate, because, then you ruin the mystique. You ruin the effect. Because the whole point is that the sound that it produces is so horrible that caused this reaction in Bix. If you tried making an actual sound to do that, you not only do you cheapen the experience, but then the audience will be thinking, well, what the fuck's wrong with Bix? That doesn't sound horrible at all.
Yeah. It's really interesting with Goris because he obviously prioritizes the science and the scientific phenomenon that this experiment will yield, as opposed to the actual suffering that it causes. Like, he prioritizes that above the empathy.
That's Okay.
I mean, they did the same thing when they initially wrote on Ferrex. They committed a massacre when they tried to form some kind of dispute, and they showed him who was boss. Might as well do it again. It worked last time.
Or not.
All of that's just constantly getting heckled.
Mostly the general apathy within the Senate now. Much like
It
real
isn't just that the apathy. It's that they hear what she says, and they're just like, "Shut up, lady. Nobody cares."
Yeah, that's what I mean by apathy.
Mm.
All this scene.
I love how this is a microcosm of like the rest of the galaxy not caring what happens on one side of it. Like
Yeah.
a planet, like I can easily imagine that this is like supposed this on a micro scale. This is supposed to represent a macro scale. Sorry, this represents one planet, and then this floor two, whatever the hell that's going over there, that's like another planet. And they're hearing, oh, something bad's happened. Something's gone way wrong over there, and they're like, who cares? How like think about it? How far does that word have to travel just to get over to here? Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. What are you doing wasting your time?
Yeah. With Kino Loy, it's mostly the fact that like he's very close to actually getting out of this prison, so he has a
Oh
very much
yeah, yeah.
incentive to be complicit compared to the senators, which legitimately just do not care.
Yep.
I love how she never refers to him as Luthien.
Jesus.
Wow, so that tells them that cheaper than droids thing that destroys every argument again about using droids for this.
Yep,
Frickin'
it was in the show.
Yeah.
Freaking moron.
Especially since the largest distributors of droids hate the Empire now because they're separatists.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that holographic display.
I love it too.
Look how beautiful this room is.
All right, what did I miss?
And we're currently in
Very
episode
little.
9.
You both spoke at the same time. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, Bix got tortured. We got more development on Narkina 5, and Vel is revealed to be Mon Mothma's cousin.
Gotcha. Yep. Apologies for being late. For some reason, even your ping didn't notify me. I don't know what's going on with my Discord, but the only reason I'm here is because I saw the YouTube notification.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's do this.
I also love the rationale regarding why they're not interrogating Marva. It's because she's too old and frail. She would probably die if they tortured her the same way they tortured Bix.
Yeah.
And besides, they're using her as bait because that's the main reason why Cassian came back, so.
I'm gonna mute myself in the meanwhile. Still at work.
Okay.
I'll be listening.
What does the night shift have to tell us? Oh my god. That's such a funny line.
1 second. I'm going to go and disconnect and reconnect.
They set them all free from life.
Sorry, Don.
I have my secrets.
Oh my god, the way she switched up on him.
God. The shadow of a son attendant, and the girl's response is, "Oh, that's a new one. You better remember it because he's getting old. He's getting tired of the old insults."
Oh, by the way, we have to stick around for the end credit sequence.
Of episode 12. Yeah.
Yes.
What's so significant about the end credit sequence?
Done. Just don't. We'll let you see it for yourself.
So it's like, it's actually
Yes.
not just like,
Yes.
No,
There's actually something.
There's a lot of substance involved.
Yes, it's actually something substantive, and it isn't some cheap MCU bullshit.
Yep.
oh, you're saying end credit scene. Oh, I thought
Yes.
you meant the end credits. Okay, so I can skip the credits. Good.
Yes. Yeah, you can just. Yeah, you were just talking about the end credits. Uh-oh.
I love that these two are teaming up.
Well, they were always on the same side.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I just love that the dichotomy between the two.
Yeah, one's a lot more involved in the dirty business of rebellion, and the other's more of a
The public face.
the public face. Mm-hmm.
But both of them are equally important.
More
You
more
can't
so
have
the
one without the
optical.
other.
Yeah, mostly the optics surrounding rebellion.
On this episode of Bix is not having a good time. Hats off to this actress, by the way, for managing to portray.
This scene. This scene is absolute Kino.
No, it isn't. Kino isn't in it.
Yes. Andor does the autistic guy falling in love so much better than Attack of the Clones does.
Anakin is not autistic; he's psychopathic.
A lot of autistic people look up to him because they view him as autistic, and he kind of has some weird social. He's kind of has some
No, he is
antisocial
definitely
skills.
autistic.
Yeah, he has a lot of social skills that need reworking.
And he also comes from a fairly abusive household.
No, he doesn't.
That is very much
Yes.
abusive. It's emotionally and it is definitely emotionally abusive.
Are you talking about Cyril?
Manipulative. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Cyril. Yeah, yeah,
Cyril.
Cyril.
I was
Yes,
thinking about
Cyril.
Anakin has a cushy life.
Yeah, we're not
Well,
talking about
Anakin was a
Anakin.
slave, but the films never portrayed that properly. They never
Yeah.
actually showed that him being a slave was a bad thing. They just said, "Oh, he's a slave, and that's bad." And it's like,
Mm.
oh, really? How bad? Not at all, apparently.
Yeah, that was just pathetic.
It was spineless.
Yeah.
He's also super lazy.
Mhm.
Just George is super lazy with that whole thing.
Oh.
Oh my god! They literally just said we're going to kill this guy and make it look like it was an accident.
And also, Ento Krieger is someone that Lutheran wanted Saw to
Team
aid.
up
So
with.
this is gonna be this is gonna be at a quite dire complication.
Mm-hmm. I love how it was just a government building with government employees talking and deciding. So we got this guy. We're gonna kill him. Make it look like it was an accident, and you use him as bait.
That's tyrannical regimes for you.
Vargas was like hyper based on that. Mr. Alzheimer's here. Also, when I initially watched Andor, I was a little concerned going like they would allow an elderly man to be labor worthy, but he was probably here for much longer than any of them.
Yep.
So when he came in, he probably was considered labor worthy, but he's so old now, he's not. But it's not like they're
Yeah.
gonna like reduce the sentence because of that.
Yep. People die in prison all the time.
Mhm.
And usually when that happens, it's because they did something to get there. They deserve to be over there. But we've seen with this show, that's not always the case. Andor got over here for 6 years for simply being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
This guy's
exactly.
life could have been ruined because he might have just said something aloud that, you know, some guy took offense, that some officer took offense to.
It's a really good demonstration of tyranny. This is essentially what Stalin's empire was like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and similar figures like him.
No, he won't. He's going to euthanize him.
I haven't gone anywhere.
I do have to admit, this is my second favorite arc in this series. And of all the prison breakout arcs, or just prison arcs in shows or movies, I think this is the best one I've ever seen.
But that's valid, yeah.
It's got
Yeah.
the longest, one of the longest, unless it's an entire show based on that premise.
Well, this is actually not the longest arc in Andor. The Gorman arc is.
Well, I mean, prison arc.
No, in prisons.
Oh, gotcha. That's what you mean. You're comparing to other prison arcs. Understood. Yeah.
Mhm.
Can't think of any on the top of my head. I don't remember.
I know there are
Yeah.
prison shows that are
Orange
is the New
based on the premise,
No, but,
premise, but I can't think of any off the top of my head, admittedly.
mhm.
Yeah, the only two I can think of are Orange is the New Black and the intro to Saints Row 2 had a prison arc. Which is
Oh
very
my
niche
god.
reference. Mm.
Another week like this, he'll be begging for what he's getting.
This is why I love this show so much. The dialogue is so mature and so competent. And then you have these actors just killing it. It's amazing.
And then we have this sequence over here where the
Yep.
whole point of the doctor
Like
is
this, yeah, this represents Kino Lloyd's worst nightmare. Dying in prison he fought so hard to try to escape from.
Yeah. That's why he was my favorite character for so long. His identity crisis and everything.
Mhm.
So well done. He is definitely my second favorite character in the series.
Mhm.
Sorry about the background noise.
oh, such a glorious ending.
Yeah.
Beautiful
You know,
payoff.
over there just coming to realize that the whole thing is a sham. They are
Yep.
never escaping this prison. They will just be cycled back in the second they are, quote unquote, release.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love this arc so much. So good. All right, yes, done. Yes. In love with Andor.
Mhm.
As embarrassed
I knew
as
this
I was
coming
when you said
into-
that, it is an accurate statement.
And
Um,
Shawshank Redemption would.
Well, we're talking
like
about
to-
shows, not films.
Honestly,
I do actually kind of like this a little bit more than Shawshank Redemption. Sorry, Trip. I loved Shawshank Redemption, but I like Andor's more.
Oh, are you reading chat? I don't see the chat at the moment.
Yes.
I will pull it up as soon as I'm on my computer.
Let me get this fixed up. It's being persnickety on me.
No. Oh.
No, he
I don't
doesn't
care
like
about the stupid
intros.
theme. I
Oh,
don't care about the
no.
stupid theme. It's irrelevant.
It's the
No.
tone.
Stop
No, it
it.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's irrelevant. I don't care.
Oh, it really does. It's not like the Family Guy intros. No, the Andor intros actually set the tone for each episode.
Yeah, they're really good tone setters.
They-
I love them.
I'm not gonna
Honestly,
lie,
okay.
the introduction actually is a part of the show. They actually utilize it to great effect.
Yeah, and it's also
I wasn't exaggerating.
Yeah, it's also symbolic because the initial intros are a lot more softer, but as each episode goes on, it gets louder and louder, more confident, almost kind of symbolizing
Oh, yeah.
the rebellion becoming more confident against the
Yep.
Empire to the point where they can't do anything but listen to them now because it's just deafening now.
Meticulous, thoughtful creativity.
Mhm.
Power doesn't make a mistake.
God, I love that line. So good. Orange is the New Black is pretty good, Trip. I haven't watched past season 4 though. I think that was the last one I watched. It's actually a very well made show.
Mhm.
Damn.
I like when we see Chipbox's reaction because he was one of the more optimistic guys of thinking that they would actually get out.
Notice how the OST is kind of emulating the robotic voice of the broadcaster. I'm catching that. I'm very musically minded these days. Now that I'm getting into music production, I'm catching that.
Mhm.
That's on
Mhm.
purpose. I love it. a good way to look at it.
This is smart. There's competent people doing competent things in their jobs. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
not just Deidre. Everybody's competent.
Don't you just love it? Man, it shows you what Star Wars can be.
Yeah.
What it was, not what it can be, what it was.
What it still can be.
I don't think so.
No, it's never gonna be like this ever again, Exula.
Well, here's the thing. Disney may not last forever, but Star Wars will. So, if Disney goes
It
down
won't.
in the future, Star Wars could be captured by somebody else. This is one of those brands that people will always hold on to.
Maybe, or it could die out before Disney dies out.
Yeah, I say the same with Star Trek too. Star Trek is one of those timeless IPs that will continue no matter how trash it is, because of because of how established and how deeply beloved it is.
Maybe.
Have faith.
I don't know.
It might take a long time, a really long time. We're talking several decades, but
Yeah,
we might
maybe.
see Star Wars
It may
like
have a
this again.
resurgence in like a few decades, but I don't know.
What I've observed about Star Trek is more along the lines of no matter how bad it is, people will keep coming back to watch it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's
that is
been my
accurate.
observance.
That's accurate. Yeah.
And as long as people come back to watch it, there will be no quality control. People do not care.
That is true.
And that's when it's truly dead.
Mm-hmm.
When it becomes a walking corpse, and the people love the walking corpse almost as much
is
as they
unfortunate.
did when it was alive.
We love the walking corpse.
I do have a personal prediction that I could be wrong on, but I've been thinking about it a little bit. I think Disney will face a overhaul at some point in the near or possible far future. They can't continue on the same path, or they will go completely bankrupt. So I think they will do a 180 at some point out of desperation, and that'll be very interesting to see that happen.
I don't know if they will. I think that they will.
No, this scene. Yeah,
They
this
will
is
simply do what they did with the stupid Lilo and
Yeah.
Stitch remake. They will
Yeah,
just
this
keep doing
scene-
that ad nauseum.
Mhm.
in order
Yeah,
to
and this
make
scene
recoup
is
their
one of
losses.
the. This scene is one of the best introduction scenes, like period, that I've ever seen,
But
on how to introduce a character.
Picard for seasons 1 and 2 was hated.
I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm looking
by
towards
everybody.
the future, and by future I mean like long term, decades, several decades.
So I like how Scone says, "I met your husband multiple times," and Mama says, "Oh, I'm sure."
And I hear you, Dunn. I could be completely wrong.
I
It's
just think that they're
Also,
just
why are
going
we talking about Star Trek here?
Just
I
finishing the thought.
honestly, I'm just kind of looking at this and looking at the past few years, and it's basically just been rapidly decreasing my opinion of the intelligence of and taste of general audiences.
Mm-hmm.
Remember,
Thankfully,
people think
Marvel
that's
is
the
slowly
new.
dying. Thankfully, Marvel's slowly dying.
Mhm.
I actually think that
Doomsday-
pendulum will swing back eventually too. The low
Mhm.
standards of quality acceptance
Yeah.
from general audiences, I do think that will swap back around. It might take a generation, maybe 2 generations. I do have
Hold
a
on. I'm gonna have to give me a few
Yeah.
minutes.
and don't worry, Raptor. I'm reading the subtitles too. Privacy. The way he said that cracked me up. Ooh. Yeah, this is sad.
It's a personal sacrifice.
Yeah, that's actually accurate. A big problem is social media seems to be
Mhm.
ruining people's tastes.
That's what I mean, Dun. That what I'm noticing when you study the patterns of history, all of human history, all of it, you see that bad things don't last forever. Good things don't last forever, but you also see that bad things don't last forever. Eventually, the cosmic pendulum, if you will, the universal laws, whatever they will eventually shift back. Usually, when they do so, it does it really aggressively. But I don't think general audiences accepting slop will last forever. I think new generations will come up and they'll stamp their foot down and they'll say no.
That's technically already happening with Star Wars right now, thanks to Andor. People
Yep.
started looking at. People finally got to see what a good show actually looked like, and then they started looking back at Dave Filoni's garbage, and they started thinking, "What the fuck, man?" A lot of
Yep.
them, there's a good chunk of them that will think that, but however, it will never be enough.
I mean, just look at the video game industry right now. AAA is
Video
dying.
game industry
Double A is
yeah.
rising in power.
Yes. No, so this is the scene, by the way, so I was just on the tangent.
Yeah. Thought finished.
With Davos Skull is, I think it's really fascinating that despite his profession being extremely deceitful, he appreciates honesty, and whenever things are really blunt, I just think that's a really fascinating character trait to have, given his profession.
Perhaps, if I may, for a bit, perhaps I may say that he thinks that way because he understands that he is a liar, and he actually perhaps doesn't quite enjoy being a liar.
Yeah, and
Perhaps it's because it's a trait that he wishes he could have. He finds it admirable and inspiring because he
and
can't be like that.
Yeah, and he even says that our positions often make our decisions for us. He says so not with pride, but with more like a grueling reality of the matter. So he can kind of use that to sympathize with Mon Mothma, knowing that she's not going to like this, but she's gonna have to tolerate it. I had to tolerate stuff like this.
Yeah, Trip, I'm just now looking at the chat. I agree with you. The pendulum always swings too far. It's true. You look at history, it happens every damn time.
Anyhow,
I can't view the chat too much on mobile. It's a bit counterproductive, but I'll check it every few minutes.
What would you call him for typing this?
Yeah, that's what I put in the description.
I don't know. Maybe joyless, a homunculus.
You're smelling your own farts. No, I just don't find the show like super compelling. I think that it's a good show. I'm just not emotionally invested in it. I think it's good.
To be fair, on a first watch through, I can completely understand that.
I'm never gonna watch this show again. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
I'm doing it.
Burnt out of Star Wars. Totally
No,
understand.
I just don't feel compelled to ever watch it again, really.
It's just not your preferred cup of tea.
No, well,
it's because Dunn doesn't really care much for Star Wars these days.
No,
I mean, I don't care about Star Wars these days, and I love Andor.
Well, it's just that this is not even surprise emotional part.
Yeah, I had a similar reaction. I was, the longer the show went, the more I was invested. I started off pretty standoffish. I was gaming at the same time. I wasn't exactly too interested. I was only watching it because Raptor wanted me to. But as it continued, I started to realize I was watching genuine competence, and that was the biggest hook for me. Like let's say I'm a fish and giant hook grabs me by the mouth. That was the biggest hook.
Surprised or suppressed? I've never been a super emotional person, and most of that was burned out of me in a high stress over the course of high stress situations in customer service.
Oh dear.
Grip and Shy, do you two want to join the call? If you'd like to. Do we have enough room?
What?
I think we have enough room. It should be 6.
Yeah. Suppressed, yeah. No, that's just been my professional career, honestly.
That's lucky.
So satisfying.
New guy instantly killed. Didn't even last one day. What a bum.
And I like that they actually make customer service. Yeah, customer service just in general makes you suppress your emotions.
It really does, yeah. Or it amplifies them to an extreme degree. It does both.
Yeah. Yeah, just for me, I'm like, you have to turn off certain emotional responses.
Yeah, I'm so glad I don't work in customer service anymore. I did for many, many years. The things I saw, oh my god.
Here it comes, boys. Here it comes.
Let's go.
Well, it's just even, and also, honestly, it's not really even a matter of I'm suppressing my emotions. It's just this doesn't get an emotional reaction from me. There are shows
Why are
that
we
do
having
that,
this?
like Franklin Bash. I like watching it because it's funny.
Why are we
but
having
with-
this conversation now, though?
Bro, look at what's happening.
This is good action, but I don't care about many of the characters in this. I'm like, well,
Done. We have had 2 episodes. We've had like 3 episodes with these guys now.
I
In
still
Andor,
don't
we've had the
care.
entire.
Like I legit don't care about Cassie and Andor.
I think.
I like
What the
them.
No,
I think-
genuinely, no. What the fuck is
I think
wrong
a
with
big
you, mate?
I think a big portion of Cassian is very subtle with his character arc, and there's a lot of small components of this entire show that make him extremely compelling. When on my initial watch through, like,
Not to me.
yeah.
I don't care about it.
I don't care.
What?
They're finally getting out. They're finally escaping this shitty evil prison that the Empire built.
I think
That's what I care about right
it's
now.
something I really want to talk about is Cassian's character after we finish episode 12. And I'll
Stop
see
trying to
if
convince
you're
them.
going to be
Let him form his own
Yeah.
opinion. If you don't like
No.
it, you don't like it.
I will fully admit that my opinion has been tainted because I just I knew it was going to happen. I will fully admit that.
Mm.
But
This is why they're called spoilers, everyone.
yeah,
Mm.
I was like, I don't care about this. I'm not interested in this. So read up on what happens because I just am not particularly.
I'll be right back. I need
to
my
watch
microphone
this.
did the funny thing again.
Yeah, you're
So, I think that this is highly competent, but it's just like it doesn't get me hyped in a similar way that say Lord of the Rings or even like the early series of Game of Thrones do.
Well, does any
I'm
other
good.
show or any form of media really compare to Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings to you? To be fair, like I
Yeah,
think you
Breaking
preferred the early
Bad.
seasons. Oh, like
I'd say
okay,
Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. I need to do a rewatch of Better Call
Okay.
Saul. Honestly, I'm rewatching Breaking Bad with the girl I'm dating. We just barely finished season 1, and there's just like,
Oh, nice.
yeah, there's so many good things. Well, yeah. Well, no. In this case, I didn't really read a wiki. I just watched Just Right's video and a few others on it, and I watched the first part of EFEP's coverage on Andor, and I just kind of lost interest.
Yeah, we already know this.
Prejudice Against Disney. I like.
Hmm.
Well, it's not even that, because I know that this is good. It's just like, yeah, fine. It's fine. I don't like Warner Brothers either. That's either.
I really love the detail of like the announcer seems really intimidating, but as soon as it's revealed that he's just a wimpy, frail guy, it's just such interesting.
Yeah, I love that too.
Yeah. It's a Wizard of Oz moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Psychological warfare on the
Oh, yeah.
prisoners.
No, why wouldn't the Empire do this? Why wouldn't they just have a voice modulator?
Yeah, they're a tyrannical, oppressive regime. I mean, shit, the way they arrested Andor to begin with was psychological warfare.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely say that this is kind of an equivalent of a really, really high class dish that I find to taste good, but I would not want to eat it consistently.
Interesting. Yeah, Raptor.
Yes.
Let Dunn have his opinion.
No.
Let him have his opinions. You're always trying to
no.
I don't disagree that this is good. It's kind of one of those things like I view this in kind of a similar way that I view something like Pride and Prejudice. I admit that admittedly I like this more than I like Pride and Prejudice. I don't like watching Pride and Prejudice at all.
Oh, Becca's gonna hate you for saying that.
I don't like that movie. It's not interesting to me. And I didn't
Dang.
like that book either.
Anyhow,
was
time for
not
one of
as
the best-
torturous. It wasn't
Yeah,
as
time for one-
torturous as Throne of Glass, but it was
Quiet,
not terribly
quiet,
interesting either.
quiet.
Yeah.
Stop digging a hole for yourself. Let's listen to this instead. Let's just let this go through.
Sexual angst and drama
What did I just say?
Don't look at chat, Dud. Do not look at chat. You can look at it after the monologue, after Luthen's monologue.
Maybe. Yeah.
Dud, no, stop looking at it.
He's already seen this, remember? So good, oh my god.
This is a good moment. I like this. This is a hype moment.
Cinema. I love this scene so much.
It's not over yet, boys.
I know. So excited.
Yeah, I've never been a terribly emotional person, even as a child.
Same.
Honestly, I don't take that into account. I just don't care about that. That doesn't really affect
Look at them. Oh,
Yeah, I
God,
love that.
they're terrified.
No,
They were
that's just
right the
always
whole
been my
time.
chemical makeup. I just am not. And Mormonism isn't about like
Like, wait,
suppressing emotion.
wait,
In
guys,
fact, it's
stop,
quite the
stop, stop,
opposite.
stop,
But
stop, stop,
now
stop, stop.
we made it.
He did all of that knowing his own freedom was ultimately futile. He did all of that because of his brothers in arms.
Oh, it's so perfect. Look, watch this. Check this out. Does that look
The
familiar?
Empire is
to you, John?
bleeding. The Imperial sigil is bleeding.
Yeah, that's my favorite shot in the series right there. That's the best shot in the entire series.
No, time for the
Yeah.
best scene of the episode, in my opinion.
Yeah, done. After they hit us with that, they also hit us with this, and I'm gonna ask the audience to once again please withhold your applause until the end.
Yeah, everybody shut up until this episode actually ends.
You might do the high fish thing.
I know. I don't care.
Okay.
And
Stop
look at this
writing.
little
Stop
guy.
reading. Stop reading chat. Stop writing in chat. Give it a moment. Let the moment sink in.
Let Lonnie sink into the depths of hell that is Luthen's mind.
And I will admit, this scene completely went over my head the first time we saw it.
Oh
That's-
god.
I'm thinking that is a family member or friend.
Well, it's very intimidating the fact he's thinking about him constantly. It's
Oh, that's interesting.
no one portion of his own network knows the truth of anything.
Oh my god.
It's like Empire Strikes Back. Like Bespin.
And with that, that line is now reframed as something really, really creepy. Really, really disconcerting, which I think is very impressive.
No.
Evidently not.
Oh. Luther would know quite a lot about that.
Sibling saw somebody you sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
I say people are asking him that a lot. And then it cuts to Cassian and Melshi as soon as he says that.
Yeah. I'm genuinely baffled at myself that that speech went over my head the first time I watched it. It's so obvious what he's talking about. The subtext is right there. In fact, it's not even subtext, it's direct. How did I miss that? I wasn't paying attention when I watched this episode, or that scene.
Yep.
But I get it. I get it. It makes so much sense what Luthen was talking about. That he doesn't get to enjoy the bright, hopeful future that he's fighting so hard for. He knows that. He knows how his story ends.
Mhm.
Yep.
Damn,
Well,
it's
really interesting.
There's quite a lot to unpack with that episode and that particular speech.
Yes.
But there was something I caught that I was right, that you guys didn't confirm or deny, and I specifically remember saying, "Don't confirm or deny this," but I think he's gonna kill Lonnie. He was implying it, and I was right. I was right in that assessment the first time we watched it. So
Aren't you glad that
1W.
Dunham here spoiled the entire show for himself?
Yep.
So it doesn't actually even matter that we say this.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
No,
much.
so Exila, I don't think Aspiring has seen the entirety of Andor yet, and you might have just spoiled that.
I mean, it was kind of implied in the speech, but yeah, you're right. I did.
Yes, but yeah.
It was foreshadowing. I caught it when he said it.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if he's finished the show yet or not. I hope he has.
My apologies, Shy. I completely forgot. That's all on me. My
It's
bad.
okay.
My bad.
The context
So-
is far more important than the actual
Mhm.
action. It's more the why that's the big
Yes.
reveal.
Now let's all be honest here, though. If this was Dunn's first watching of it, he probably still wouldn't be interested, because he did mention he watched the EFAP and he lost interest. So, if I'm being real, it's just not.
EFAB doesn't like it. Watching an EFAB isn't exactly the same as the show because that's more of a
I know.
mechanical breakdown of things. And also, we've
Yeah.
gotten to a point where, honestly, I don't think anybody would have lost interest. At least nobody of a right mind.
Mm-hmm. Like
Because
there isn't
I mean,
the
That
emotional-
episode was genuinely like one of the best episodes of TV that I've seen.
It
And
is,
Oh,
I-
yeah.
I would agree.
that I have seen because
Yeah, I
you know,
definitely put
sure,
episode 10
whatever.
in like my probably my top 20 best episodes of TV of all time.
Yep.
Period.
Yeah. So to
Wait,
answer that,
I'm
it's
trying to,
Mhm.
so this
sorry,
is kind of
I'm
where
trying to understand your actual
Let them
answer
speak.
is my guess. Pixula? Sorry, go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
so for me it's that too. Yeah, the finale of Severance season 2 is really good. So I think that this is a good comment. So the way that I look at it is I wish that this kind of quality was applied to something I actually care about. And for me at least, I don't really care about this set of characters, mainly because it's just not my preference. And because of that, my emotional investment is not terribly high.
Yeah, like you're not saying that they're poorly written characters or anything. You acknowledge that they're good. It's just more so
Hey, Dunn.
you're not your cup of
Let me-
tea.
Let me actually pose this the question to you, Dunn.
Mhm.
If, let's say, we were sitting outside of the universe, outside of space time, and you were talking to a magic time being who can basically rewrite history, or just rewrite time a little bit and just tweak it in tiny increments. And he poses the question: would you rather that he tweaks time such that Andor season 2 was garbage, but Arcane season 2 was as good as
Oh
the
my god,
first
this
season?
again?
Or
This again?
would you rather that he not tweak anything at all and Andor remains peak, but Arcane season 2 becomes a dumpster fire?
This again.
I actually would trade a good Andor season 2 for a good Arcane season 2. That was a show that I really felt myself being invested in much more
I
than
knew it.
I liked it. Yeah,
That is fair.
I'm sorry. I'm
And
very sorry.
I'm
and the reasoning for it basically boils down to you don't care for anybody in Andor.
Yeah, because I care about all of the characters in Arcane, and watching them get ruined was extremely painful.
about to say
Yeah.
something that is a very big hot take.
You are going to say a very big
I-
hot take.
I actually care quite a bit about Luke Skywalker, and
I care
do-
about
I did and admittedly, I think that I care about Clone Wars Anakin, and
Interesting.
and to a certain extent, I like Anakin in Revenge of the Sith. I don't like him in Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fair.
Oh my god!
I-
I just realized we just missed the sequence over here.
Shy, I'm still trying to understand that comment. The way you wrote it doesn't make any sense. Actual answer is my guess. It's Axula. What does that mean?
The
No,
static.
he's referring to the
misunderstanding.
static that was occurring like
Yeah,
20 minutes
you were
ago.
staticky.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? I could have muted myself. I didn't know. If I'm ever giving background noise, tell me immediately. I'll mute myself.
Yeah. Also,
I was
yeah,
driving, and that's why.
All right,
and to a
I
certain
am
extent-
going.
And to a
This
certain
is
extent, I actually
where-
care about the player characters within the older public video game, but that's just me. Keep going. Sorry, Wissia.
I mean, no, this is where I'm going to have to stop and get going. Unfortunately,
cool.
I really have to lock in on this one, and this is a little bit of a distraction. And of course, it's self-inflicted, so I should probably voluntarily leave.
Yes.
All right, have fun. Enjoy the rest of the show. Done.
All right.
Have a good night,
I
everybody.
didn't say I'm not enjoying it.
Bye.
I'm just saying I'm never going to watch this show again.
I mean,
Yep,
that's fine.
that's what I
As long
said,
as-
done.
I just wanted to watch. I just wanted you to watch it at least
Yeah.
once. That's what I wanted.
Well, once is enough.
Anyway, good night.
See you.
You're not
Good.
autistic like me, who's seen this show like 5 times now.
Well, Andor. I mean Andor. Oh my God, I actually called you Andor. Raptor, you are obsessed with Andor. Let's be real.
It's my 3rd favorite show of all time. I like it more than Haunting of Hell House, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Daredevil.
Your obsession with the show is like my equivalent obsession with yapping. I wouldn't say that's an
Somewhat.
obsession. I was just saying that's a personality trait. But shoot, you guys say what I'm
Mhm.
obsessed with. It's more accurate coming from other people.
More like Destiny 2 or something.
A devoted fan, I would say, but obsessed, not really.
I also like how
Just a
Luthen
long-
Spy was. I also like how in that scene Luthen Spy was interacting with Deidre Spy.
I mean, if you're always seeing me play the game on Steam, it's because of the new expansion. It's really good. That's why I'm playing it.
Mhm.
And also, I'm so invested in it that I have so much stuff that why would I stop? You know, I'm riding the train till its inevitable end out of morbid curiosity.
Mhm. Yeah, you're showing a different episode than what we're currently seeing. Done.
Whoops.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's crazy that this scene implies that a lot of people died just from the swimming portion, which is really sad to think about. But also,
That's also possible, but there's also another component, which is the fact that all of them split up. Because
yeah,
obviously going in a large
that they
clump
swam
of
to
people.
different islands
Yeah.
and mainlands. But it's also hopeful though at the same time because it's better to die. Like I said the first time we watched these episodes, it's better to die with bravery than to die pathetic in the prison to the Empire. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
better to die fighting back and dying swimming away than to die as a prisoner by far.
Yeah.
Calcite. It's calcite.
Although, Raptor, I do kind of understand Dunn's apathy towards the characters. I kind of get it. I mean, it's in the show itself. It's a show about Andor, the guy that we already know what happens to him. There's not really too much to be invested in except for the standouts like Luthen, Dedra, Cyril,
Yeah,
Cyril's mom.
I'm mostly interested in Andor because it explores the rebellion and the Empire in a way that's very historically resonant with me.
Yeah, that's the reason I love this show.
And the ideologies that a lot of these
attention to
characters represent are
detail.
also very fascinating, and they're extremely well written.
Yeah, definitely caught that in our first watch, and that's why I love him. The writers here are I
Yeah,
like what
because
they're
I
doing.
didn't care about
You
Cassian
and me-
Andor
you and me are
after Rogue
both-
One. Yeah.
Yeah,
I cared
you and
about
me
him
are
after
both
watching
obsessed
his own
with and
show.
love history, so this
Yeah.
appeals to us really hard.
Yeah.
Honestly, of all things to be obsessed with, history is probably the best thing to be obsessed with.
I agree.
It teaches you a lot of wisdom. Yeah, these
They don't
guys are
fight him as
funny.
prisoners.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of
I mentioned it before in our other watches, but the show doesn't show that many aliens, but when it does it so well.
Yeah.
Or what I mean is non-humanoids.
Here we have the two foils coming in the interaction again.
I think that I actually realized. I think the main problem. I think another problem that I have is that I do not care about the stakes. I think that might be another problem that I have. The stakes are not compelling to me.
I say it's more so the sense that the stakes are very small scale compared to what we've seen prior, and as a result, you're essentially putting.
It's not even that they're small. It's just that I don't care about these people.
It's the characters. That's all.
They're like. Yeah, they're like Dune characters in that sense. Like I understand, I've noticed a very similar criticism between Andor characters and Dune characters. The fact that a lot of them are very sterile, way too analytical, way too intelligent, to the point where there isn't much you could really relate to them. But I actually find that really fascinating.
Well, that's an interesting comparison, because I actually really liked at least Dune and
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about the books.
Well, I find the story of at least the initial Dune and the later Dune books very interesting.
Yeah, but mostly that's the characters a lot of people don't really like because they're very sterile, and they are. But I still like them.
Yeah,
they're way too intelligent for the average person to really resonate with.
Wait, what do you mean by pinging of the mic? What is that sound? I don't hear anything.
I don't either. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't either.
Might be me. If it's me, let me know. I'm not sure.
Maybe
I shouldn't be having
maybe reduce your volume or something.
Don't know how. But let me see. Let me look at the settings.
Oh yeah, you're communicating from the phone.
Yeah, I'm about to swap over to my computer.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, you can adjust your mic. That's good. Settings.
Oh, maybe.
Oh.
Okay. I don't know. Could also be my chair creaking. That's also a possibility.
Oh, that sound just now. Was that it? Yeah, that was the chair creaking. Mine does that too. Mine is actually really loud.
I actually don't have a water bottle close to me right now, so.
Like, I don't know if you hear it, but my chair's creaking right now. Every time I move. Sounds like an airbag. Drowning is considered an awful way to die. Yeah, I can only imagine. Water in the lungs is. Ugh.
Well, it's just it doesn't show up on things, and I don't have a way to adjust it. I've taken a look at my settings, and I couldn't find any way to adjust my mic sensitivity.
Although I would choose personally drowning over burning alive any day, because burning alive is probably the worst way to die. One of the worst. Aside from being tortured, or like the brazen bowl is probably the worst way. But yeah, I would choose drowning any day over burning.
This is a very sweet scene.
I like Cassian's well-joyed friend.
Yeah.
No. or P2.
Caterpillars is my first one. That is very specific and pretty funny.
That is funny.
Hey, Hazel. The cat from my profile picture is saying hi to me. Hi.
Hey, dude.
You want to say hi to the mic? Oh, she walked away. Uh,
How's that?
Oh,
Can anybody hear that? I'm just curious.
didn't hear anything.
no, I didn't
Okay.
hear anything.
Oh, good. I fixed it. That must be
No.
why I didn't have the reduced background noise setting
Hey, Don,
on.
I'm joining on my PC. Could you let me in and send the link again? I'm gonna leave here on my phone.
Okay. I'll drop the theater link again. There you go.
It's really interesting that they believe that Anto Krieger is Axis because someone Pac said that he was recruited into the network from a separatist conference, and Krieger is a neo-separatist.
So,
All right, am here. How's the mic sound?
It's
Sounds
still a lot
good.
better.
Yeah, apologies. These movie nights always start when I'm at the end of my work shift, so I gotta drive home and all that stuff.
No worries. Good night, Bix. Astrology time, boys. It's the equivalent of the 80s coming back in 2016. Also, I can hear myself through your mic, Xula.
Oh, that's all right. Sorry, that's the mic. Let me get my headphones. Oh, it came from Stephen King. Now that makes a lot of sense, Trip, because it was oddly specific. But yeah, considering the things bro writes, oh yeah.
Yeah, Stephen King is I think he's probably the most preeminent horror writer of the last few decades.
Easily the most famous, probably of all time, if we're being real.
Yeah,
Probably.
the only one I can think is since he's definitely the most prolific, since Mary Shelley and Bram Stoker kind of only have they mainly have just one book to their name that cemented them, whereas Stephen King has a lot, from Cujo to Pet Cemetery, etc.
Oh my god, I was muted. Jesus Christ. I said, did y'all see the kitten?
Yeah, we saw the cat.
Yeah, she's so cute. I love her.
Mm.
It's like the first time she even mentions Luthen's name, which demonstrates how dire the situation is. It's really interesting. Because beforehand, they always referred to Luthen as who, or the person who shall not be named.
Yeah, I mean, I will admit, now that while we were watching the show the first time, I had no idea who Mon Mothma was. I thought she was only an Andor character. Now that I know who she is in the Star Wars canon, these scenes are so much more significant.
Yeah, she was admittedly in the her first introduction was Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, when we first watched Andor, I completely forgot about all of that. I only remembered like the raw basics, Vader, Palpatine, Luke, basic stuff.
Also, this scene is great.
Honestly, Dunn, how can you not be invested in Cyril? Like he's gotta be the most engaging character in the show.
I do like Cyril, and I think that he's a good character. But it's just like there's not. I think that partially it's just there's. Well,
He doesn't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Neither of them understand each other. It's really funny.
Yeah.
That's so well done. I love it. What you doing over there? Hey. She died off screen, right?
God.
Or did I miss the scene? That was so well written. Disney Star Wars would have made that way more cringe, but no, that was really cleverly done.
Yeah.
But did I miss a scene when you guys started, or did she die off screen?
She died. Well, Marva died off screen.
Okay, I thought so, because I can't remember on the top of my head, so. That was the first time it's mentioned, right?
No,
No.
it's mentioned at the beginning of this episode.
Yeah.
Gotcha, I just missed it. Wasn't paying attention.
When B was getting really saddened by it.
Oh, that, yeah. We were talking. I wasn't paying attention there. Oh, there it is! There's the rifle! Yeah, that thing's in D2.
Yeah.
I recognize it. Oh, man, that's great.
He's got a... I guess he just kind of slipped in to steal it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raptor, next
Pretty
time I'm in a
lucky that-
VC and I'm playing Destiny 2, I'll show you the gun. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool
pretty
that they
lucky
added
that-
Andor's rifle in there. Oh, sorry,
Yeah, pretty
didn't
lucky
mean to talk
that
over
May
you.
didn't find Cassian stuff, but I guess he hit it really well, and it's only been like a month. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait a minute. What is that rifle? I think I recognize that. Is that the new refurbished one? Because since Destiny has a Star Wars expansion, there's a ton of Star Wars references. Oh, no, it's different. Never mind. One of the snipers, I think, is a reference to something. I'm curious what it's a reference to. There
There's
he
also
is.
another great second scene.
I liked Saw a lot better in Andor than Rogue One. He was way more interesting.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees.
Well, that's
with
because very few characters in Rogue One are actually good, well written. Basically,
It's so
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
basically, Rogue One is an action set piece with a very inconsistent main character in the form of Jyn Erso.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
She is the
accurate.
worst character in her own film.
And that's
Yeah.
sad too, because when we rewatched it, I realized, damn, that statement's actually true. I didn't want it to be true, but it's true.
Yeah. And
Also,
I do think
yeah.
Felicity Jones can be a good actress, but
Yeah.
the problem
Mhm.
is,
The material.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyhow.
and
Enough.
apparently they've re-edited her to
Yeah.
not be as mouthy because they
Mhm.
removed the "This is a rebellion, I rebel" from
Yeah.
the trailer, which would have given her more character, but she ended up just kind of being a bland, vacuous hole who just says rebellions are built on hope, and it's like that
Oh
is
my
not the
God.
character you have.
That
built
line
up.
is cringe.
Yeah,
Well, it's cringe when she says it.
counterproductive.
When the bellhop says it, it's heartfelt. When she says it, it's not.
yeah.
I think Rogue One would have been a lot more interesting if Jyn was maybe like a teenage girl. Probably like around, maybe a little older than Ellie's age in Last of Us. And Andor just had to like escort her around. It would have been a very interesting story.
I think it would have been better if Krennic raised her as like almost like his daughter. And
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, no, that's actually a lot better. That would have been cool. If it would have been like just her being stuck with them and just this like hate dynamic, that would have been so intriguing.
Also, we're talking over a really good Luthen scene, and I'm sad.
Sorry.
Whether you wanted it a little done or you already understand.
I'm gonna shut up, listen with my headphones, and make myself a meal.
Oh, the
Rope beam with facts and logic.
And I do like the fact that they have made the rebels very morally ambiguous.
Yeah,
because kind of
Yeah.
and they're very divided too. There's multiple different rebel cells that get referenced, much like in real life. Whenever revolutions occur, there's so many different rebel cells that branch out, and they very rarely get along.
Oh yeah, which is why those scenes were not necessary in season 2.
I also kind of when I look at it, and also when I look at it, I'm like, yeah, George Lucas is not capable of writing something like this.
No, this
when he was writing the prequels, he thought he was writing Andor, but no, this is what Andor actually looks like.
That's why I would honestly love like whatever Tony Gilroy and his brother and whoever else
This
works
is a
on
really good
next.
scene. Hold on. The amount of subtext in the scene is insane.
Lock in.
It's so good.
Yeah. It's
I like
especially good. It's amplified by the acting, the subtlety in their facial expressions.
I
You can
like how
tell.
throughout the entire conversation they were talking about anything but actual antiques.
Oh, this. I remember this scene. Oh my god, I love that shot. That looks so good. Come on. You guys got to nerd out with me. That looked amazing.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
That's one thing I got to give to Disney Star Wars. They upped the ante on special effects and they look good.
I mean, only Andor really looks good. Everything else doesn't. To be honest.
Well, no, to
Like,
be fair,
Rogue
the
looks good. Rogue looks
Disney
good,
trilogy
but
does
everything
look
else-
good visually, and that's all it has. That's all it has going for it, if I'm being honest. That's it.
The Last Jedi looks interesting. Everything else doesn't. Within the
Well,
sequel
not
trilogy,
every
I don't
not
like-
every scene, only like specific moments.
I no, I just really don't like J.J. Abrams' cinematography. I don't like it.
I hear you. But Andor has some really good space shots. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Notice that, Dunn? That he's getting suspicious, showing the competency in his leadership. That he wants to check the thermals to see if he's nervous or something's off. Trip has turned into a wolf. Uh-oh.
What I
Is it a
really
full
love about
moon,
this
Shy?
scene is that episode 4 set up what is about to happen.
Yeah.
A throwaway
Uh-oh.
line sets up this beautiful moment.
Yeah.
In episode 4, Cassian realized this craft was modified.
Man. Oh, I will never not love that sound. That is my favorite sound in all of Star Wars, the TIE fighter sound.
Then the music kicks in.
Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, this is pretty exciting. I like this.
Yeah, you know, Star Wars really does shine best in space battles, if we're being honest.
And
Space
I
battles
think-
and lightsaber duels, that's where Star Wars shines at its strongest.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Andor is more of a grounded series, so it doesn't have very many, but when it does have them, they're pretty damn good. No lightsabers in Andor, though, unfortunately. Well, also fortunately.
Yeah, if they had any Jedi, it's very difficult in this day and age to do Jedi right.
Especially since all
Jedi.
the antagonists are also not force sensitive, so it's a little bit more difficult for the balance scaling to be more intimidating.
Mm-hmm. That was a good scene. Love that.
Chat does email. The last thing he told her is that she was coming back. He just realized that the Empire robbed the last moments that he could have had with his own mother.
Yeah, I had to come back from the kitchen for this. Yeah. Honestly, though, that's a good last words to have with your parent. Better than something much worse.
That's not bad, but either are worse things, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. But, man, you can only imagine how he's feeling. He was in that... How long was he in the Narkina 5 for?
A month.
Months? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Potential wasted... Or potential time with Mama wasted. What's up? I hear you meowing. Would you like some catnip? Yeah.
No. What the cat doing?
What the cat doing? She's looking through my trash. She always does that. It's cat and food. She's obsessed with food. Let me get you some catnip, love. Be right back.
I know.
Cassian just gave Melshi Cyril's blaster that he kept ever since season 1, episode 3. It's so interesting.
That's a good pickup. Interesting.
Yeah, he always had 2 blasters on him, and because Melshi would need to arm himself, he decided to give him Cyril's blaster. Something that you can easily miss. I missed it on my initial watch, but it gets brought up again later in season 2.
All right.
It's really, yeah, it is really funny thinking about, like, if Cyril didn't get involved, then Melshi wouldn't have had a blaster, or Melshi wouldn't have been saved. It's really weird if you think about it in that sense. Yeah, this is the son whose father was tortured and killed by Captain Tygo.
I was listening to the theme in my headphones while in the kitchen. Oh yeah, that was a good one. It was getting louder. Yep, like Wissia said, like Raptor's been saying, like I've been saying, this show's themes actually are a part of the episodes. What's up, Facial? Keep meowing at me. What's up?
And this is actually my personal favorite episode of the whole show. Fun fact.
Okay.
Wait, this is your favorite episode?
Yeah, of the whole show.
Is this the season 1 finale?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I knew it. I could tell. I could tell by the theme opening. Ah, poor Bix. experience something horrible. What? Don't tell me you're hungry. I saw both of your bowls are full.
Mhm.
And you're getting big, Hazel. I'm watching you get bigger every month. You're eating too much.
Also, what's really interesting about the captains, you may have noticed that Deidre surrounds herself with two captains, Captain Keysax and Captain Tygo. Captain Tygo is Blevins' captain. He is signed to Ferrex, and he's a very insecure individual who is very aggressive as a result, as a way to overcompensate that. But Keysax, on the other hand, the guy who screamed, "Get her!" when Bix was fleeing, he was Deidre's personal captain. And so as a result, he's going to be a lot less selfish and a lot more obedient and try to diffuse the situation as much as possible. So even very small characters in Andor get very interesting characteristics. Everything they say makes sense given what we've already seen with them, and it's very easy to miss.
You know, there is a noticeable difference between something that's written quickly or as you know, fast as you can make it, and something written with genuine care and passion.
Yes.
I noticed that when we started watching the show. I went, wait, this one's made with love. I can tell. I have an eye for that these days.
Yeah, and the finale specifically, the reason why I love it so much is because so many minor characters throughout the entire show have very big moments to play. Which is something I did not expect, but it plays so well that I just love it. And also, I also like the fact that we've been seeing Corvo a lot throughout the show, very subtly, even though you might not really recognize all the scenes he's in because he blends in the background very well, which is very fitting for a spy. Wellman is about to get a little Ted Kaczynski on our hands.
Meanwhile, I was over here listening to the score, thinking about what kind of instrument that was, and then I hear that. Gents, I'm going to have so much fun in the near future here, now that I bought FL Studios. I'm going to be making music. I am genuinely curious what I can make.
Yes.
I'm really excited. Wonder what kind of artist I'm going to end up being. I don't think we choose. I think it just comes out of us naturally.
Yeah. I think for me, like in terms of my writing, I've just kind of gravitated to medieval fantasy and political drama just by virtue of what I enjoy.
That's your soul. For me, it's, I guess, sci-fi and history. And everything I write always has a supernatural twist to it, so I guess that's me. I'm always thinking of or obsessed with the supernatural.
Yeah, I also love how that scene demonstrates that even though we only had like 2 scenes of Nurchi having saying anything, that scene demonstrates how intelligent he is. He used reverse psychology to get Zahn to indirectly confirm that Cassian is going to be here.
Oh, I missed that actually. Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to watch this entire show by myself and just lock in. And then I'll write to you guys in the Star Wars chat what things I catch that I may not have caught before. Yeah, the show is just like Better Call Saul and BB.
Yes.
Every time you watch it, there's something new.
There's so much nuance in so many scenes that reinforce other scenes, and other scenes, of course, completely inspire or derived from others. It's really easy to pick up on multiple viewings.
And I will admit, I have been having a fun time rewatching Better Call Saul lately. It's just so much fun.
And I also like how Mon Mothma usually kind of like unbuckles a bit of her dress a bit just to breathe because she's just under siege. It happens a lot.
It's symbolic for her mental state.
Yes.
As she feels like she's being kind of like choked.
Yeah.
I definitely caught that. That's the subtlety in directing. That's how you know. That's how you can spot a great director when they think of little things like that.
Also, speaking of little things that are very interesting.
Oh yeah, he's listening in. Yeah, because that's the spy, right? The Empire
Yeah,
spy.
ISP. Well, that's an
Or
ISP,
ISP spy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Deidre Spy, but it's ISP.
ISB is an Andor thing or a Star Wars
sawed
canon
off
thing?
Canto Bite.
What's Canto Bite?
They mentioned
The Last
Canto
Jedi.
Bite.
What is that?
The
I don't know what that
casino
is.
planet, the stupid casino planet.
In The
Oh,
Last Jedi.
that's what it was
so
called.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
Gonna post the link back in chat.
Hello.
Hey,
That's such a
What,
good
the
scene.
Theater? Or to the theater? It doesn't show up? Oh man, I hate it when it does that.
Yeah. Do you know what? Do you know? What
Hey,
Mothma
welcome
just
back,
did?
broski.
Hello.
what's up?
Hey, do you know what Mothma just did?
Yeah, she manipulated the driver into thinking that the money lost is because
Yes.
of her husband's
Her
gambling
husband's
addiction.
Oh yeah, she knows that's a spy. Ha.
Yep.
That's very clever. I appreciate that.
Yep. And what's really interesting too is the fact that she was kind of arguing with herself whenever her parents said, like, where would I be getting the money? And then she says, that's what's scaring me the most. But in that context, she's referring to Skolden. It's almost like she's terrified of the person she's become now.
She's going down a similar fate as Luthen. Maybe not as damning, but similar.
Not as bad, yeah.
She's gonna be
Using
sharing in
tools of
some
your-
of his life.
Yeah, essentially, utilizing the enemy's tools against them.
Yep. This show explores themes of sacrifice for the greater good, even sacrificing
Mhm.
your own self, your own daughter, your own family, your own future, your own life, even.
Hmm.
The same themes as Rogue One, but better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think also it's indicative of. I think the bad aspects of Rogue One are for sure Gareth
Gareth
Edwards.
Edwards. Yeah. The only good
considering
stuff
his
in Rogue One is written by Tony Gilroy.
Yeah, I could tell too. The movie took a significant shift in tone and just feeling. Well, that's tone. Tone and directing after the hologram with Jin's dad. After that
Yeah.
scene,
Also-
the movie got
yeah.
a whole lot better,
Yeah.
which is ironic because that's when the weed kicked in.
Yeah.
But yeah, they kicked in perfectly.
I also like how a funerary stone was established earlier on in this episode, and now we have Cassian essentially pressing up against his dad's funerary stone.
Hmm.
Very interesting analogy to how the Empire views rebellion to raid local communities like Ferrex. They don't look past the rest. They underestimate them. Don't think that they're of any value.
Yes, Raptor. The allegory was very, very on the nose over there.
Hmm.
Well, but it was a good commentary.
Kill the dogs.
But yes,
Kill them
it was
all.
obvious for anyone paying attention. But considering Star
Yeah.
Wars fans, yeah, I know that. Man, that's so cool seeing him hold that rifle, knowing that I have that thing in Destiny 2. Man, that makes me excited. Unfortunately, it's all right in the game. It's okay.
That looks really cool.
It looks great for a hand cannon. Well, have headaches, so
Yeah.
not always watching chat. Oh, sorry to hear that, Trip. Man, headaches suck. especially
Yeah, I've
depending
actually
on
got
where
one
it
right
is in the head.
Yeah, I've got one, a slight one right now. I don't know why. Though
Where do you
admittedly,
feel it? I might be able to help.
top of my head. Top of my head.
Top. Oh shoot, what is that? Let me look it up. I don't know that one. I
This
never
is a
get
really,
that one.
this is a really good monologue as well.
Usually caused by tension, stress, poor posture, muscle tightness in the neck
Yes,
and
we
scalp.
get it. Yeah. I love that line so much.
That is a good line.
And that single thing was Luke Skywalker blowing up the Death Star. That's what
Raptor.
all of these characters in Andor ultimately culminating towards. That one moment of new hope.
Raptor.
That
can
was
you
a good
please-
line. I just got back. I heard it in my headphones. I went, "Oh, that's good." How did he say it? Tyranny is a symptom of fear?
No.
How was it worded?
Tyranny
No,
is
tyranny-
oppression is the mask of fear.
Yeah.
Yes. That is so true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Tyranny
Trip.
requires
If you
constant
ever feel a
effort.
headache behind your eyes, that's always eye strain and too much screens. I get that
Yes.
one a lot. If you feel a headache right in the middle of the head, that's
I am
usually
very familiar.
stress or fatigue or sleep loss. I get that one a lot too. I never get the top of the head, which is interesting. So done. It's probably your posture. Just trying to help.
Damn.
I'm into health stuff, so I try to help whenever I can. Oh, now it's getting good.
Raptor. Oh. Oh, hey, done. Look at this.
Mhm.
Is that something?
Yeah,
What specifically?
Mm-hmm.
What was it
I haven't
done?
seen many of them.
Stormtroopers. That's
Yep.
what I noticed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see the gradual control of the Imperial might on Ferrix because of the beginning of the season. It's very liberating, and now it seems like it's choking this little culture.
It's kind of interesting that the
Speaking of
meme
choking.
of stormtroopers missing everything only comes from Return of the Jedi. I find
Yeah,
that
yeah.
interesting.
And even
I didn't-
then,
Oh, I love.
Does it also
this.
come from
I
the
love this
prequels, too?
foreshadowing. I love
no,
this
not at
foreshadowing
all.
here.
Are you kidding? There
Okay,
aren't any.
gotcha.
There aren't any stormtroopers in the prequels.
No, but the
Sakurai
clone
Arc,
troopers in the prequels, were they missing a lot? I haven't watched the prequels in a long time.
No,
No, they were the good guys, Axela. They were the ones with the plot armor. Remember?
Yeah.
They killed the Jedi Order.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I
no,
remember.
they
I remember.
didn't
Dude, I
suck at
remember
aiming
Order
at
66
all.
vividly. I remember that scene vividly. That's iconic.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
droids were the ones who sucked at aiming.
Yeah, that was a meme. I do remember that.
No,
Mhm.
that
I
wasn't
also
a meme.
think, yeah, I also think it's a very interesting connection to have Blevin be the one to have an ISB plant within Mon Mothma's plot lines. Really demonstrates
Also,
how every
Wissia, while you were
plotline's
gone, Raptor said something pretty funny. He said that he said that George Lucas's prequels, he thought he was making Andor. He thought he was making Andor, but he can't write characters like Tony Gilroy can. But George Lucas can create universes, and he's damn good at it.
he's a good idea. He's a good ideas guy, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Repeat ad nauseum for the next 25 years.
Yeah, his universe building is incredible. He's very creative.
Mhm.
Give the script to someone who's a mastermind at character writing, and give George the universe, and boom, you got a perfect recipe, baby.
Yeah,
I
that's
also
why
like how
Empire is really
Luthen.
good.
Yeah,
Even
I
though
also
it
like
was
how.
kind of a disaster behind the scenes, the script ended up being much better than
Yep,
either New
A New
Hope
Hope.
or
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
I also love
yeah, we
the
know that for sure.
I also love the attention to detail of Luthen wearing unique clothes than when he initially arrived on Ferrix with, because he knows that that's what will identify him. Because before he wore like a green robe, and now he's wearing all black.
Not your fault, Cassian. Not your fault, man. We would all say that in that situation. Oh,
A really good moment. I like that.
it's amazing. Yeah, you see why I really like that Rogue One Andor edit done? The one where it shows his mom at the end? It was perfect. He has a very strong connection to his mom, with her rescuing him as Casa.
Isn't it funny? Our our two characters over here, the protagonist and his shadow, his foil, and look at the relationships they had between themselves and their own mothers, their respective
Yeah.
mothers.
That's a really good catch. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, because Cyril
Yeah.
and Cassian's arcs are pretty much like dichotomy of each other.
Yeah.
They function very similarly in the narrative.
And
Basically,
Gus Fring and Walter White.
Kind of.
And of course, it's all informed by their upbringing and the influence of their own motherly figures, their maternal figures.
That guy on the right
the
right
other
now,
character-
that's the same guy that was there in the first Ferrix accident, right? The one where
Yes.
Cyril gave
Like-
the awkward
yeah,
speech.
Linus Mosk, yeah.
Yeah, I
I
recognize
also
him.
I like how they switch hats, because it demonstrates that, okay, our prior ranks don't matter anymore. We're just guys in here justifying Andor.
Yeah.
Because Linus had a higher rank than Cyril, but now, since, pre-more authority is no longer a thing anymore, those ranks that they once held mean nothing now.
Yep. And for both of them, it's kind of personal now, considering they hunted Andor the last time and it ended in a disaster.
Yeah. It's also really interesting knowing that both Cyril and Cassian are coming back to Ferrix for redemption.
Yeah. Like you said, Wissia, when you first saw the finale and you said your thoughts on it, really good way to tie everything together.
Mm-hmm.
Happened a bit earlier than they were thinking. Same with the Imperials. Like key sex.
I also love how the bell is setting this ominous tone. I love that.
Mhm.
What a very interesting instrument.
And we have the whole squad here. Which is a powder cake waiting to implode.
That is a great hiding spot.
Yep. Many advantage points, and it's dark enough that you can't really see who's in it.
Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming she died of age or to natural illnesses?
Natural
I mean, yeah.
causes,
Yeah.
She was
Yeah,
an old
they
There's
lady.
didn't really
already-
mention specifics.
Uh-oh.
How funny is that a character died off screen and yet
Mm-hmm.
like she
Well,
literally died off screen, and yet
Yep.
there's nothing about it that feels lame or cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because it's
it
a
was built
natural
up
off-screen
that-
death, justified one,
And
not
then
a cheap
instead-
one.
And instead of
Yeah.
just like instead of using the died off screen as a cheap method of getting rid of a character, they're actually using it to set up all of this.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, nothing but disrespect to those writers that do that. I find that annoying.
Mhm.
I mean, there's a time and place for it. But
Games
if you do
Workshop.
it like in bad faith,
I love how that
Hey,
dynamic.
Commissar Yarrick, how you doing, buddy?
hello.
I like that. I love how that scene perfectly demonstrates the difference between Tycho and Keysax, because Tycho is the one to call the shots and make things more aggressive, and Keysax is always the more obedient one to fall through.
Oh, I thought someone joined the call. Were you referencing something in the show, or did someone join and I didn't notice yet?
Well,
I
Yeah.
was referencing Commissar Yarrick because he was literally killed off screen by the Games Workshop writers.
Ah,
Instead,
I
it
see.
wasn't even off screen. They just wrote, "Oh yeah, he died." By the way, we're not gonna tell you
Yeah.
how he died. He just died.
Lame. Yeah,
He
there's
was
a
an
time and
old-
place for that.
He was an
Very
old man.
specific.
He was an old man, but you know they have regenerative treatment in 40K, and this guy's
Damn,
been
Luthen is looking sus as fuck. He looks so suspicious. He's not even. The way he's posturing himself is cracking me up.
there's no way nobody's noticing him.
The thing is, nobody here knows what he
Oh
actually
my
looks
God.
like, except for Cassie and of course Luthen's guys. The only
Yeah.
person who can really identify him is Bix, so it makes sense why
No,
he would
I
be
just
here.
found the way he was looking around and his body language.
Yeah.
I found it really funny because it looked so suspicious. Like if a cop sees someone acting like that, they immediately assume he's up to no good.
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, pass right by him. That's so funny. Amazing.
Do they know shit? Do they know?
Clearly not.
Oh, Trip, I agree with that. Oh, that's infuriating.
It's so funny.
Yeah, like Loyal in Wheel of Time, he dies in the first. He gets stabbed by a
Oh, boy.
really evil, like cancerous, magical cancer dagger, and then he lives in the
Yeah.
second season.
I like how, despite the fact we barely get any scenes of Nerdchi, the few scenes we do showcase how intelligent he is. Like him suggesting to, oh, pretend you're arresting me, so that way none of the people Ferrex are suspicious of that's by the fact I just ratted out Cassian.
Yep. Yeah, that was brilliant.
Oh no. Islam guy.
Raptor, leave it to me to make those jokes.
And I know what you're
Wellman-
thinking. You're thinking the
Wellman
same
hated-
thing as the last time we watched this.
And now
All I'm
it's
gonna
like
say
it's
is-
following forever.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is done. Woman hated the Empire so much he converted to Islam.
He became a jihadist.
You'll find out why. I also love
Akbar!
No, no.
Axel, you
Cyril,
don't get
no.
to say that. You
Cyril, no.
especially do not get
It's
to say
part
that.
of the joke. It's part of the joke. I know what it means.
Yeah, I know.
Cyril. Rose before hose, Cyril.
Bro.
It almost looks like they're marching into battle.
Mm.
Like those Napoleonic Revolutionary War era sort of battles where they go in line formation. Oh shit, a
Yeah.
death trooper. I've completely forgot those were there.
Yeah. Damn, they're cool. They're cool.
Nah, they're kind of lame and cringe, I'm not gonna lie.
No, but they
fuck
look cool.
They don't even look cool to me. They look lengthy.
They look cool. Well, they only don't look cool to you because you know the linguist or what's the word I'm looking for? You know what they're capable and not capable of.
The actual dark troopers are way more imposing and terrifying,
Now that
Especially
sounds awesome.
especially when you actually know their lore, because all of them are cyborgs. And then there's the Phase 2 dark troopers, which are even more cybernetic. And then the Phase 3 is just, fuck it, exosuit.
Wally's revenge. That's very
Wally's
accurate to the scene.
Oh,
He does look like Wally. Yeah. All the real ones. We love Wally. Good ass movie. And
I
what
was-
a cool villain too.
Yes, we-
Otto is like the
Wait.
coolest AI villain ever.
I was slipping in and
Yeah.
out when I was watching this, by the way, for the first time. And I had to know, I basically no idea what was going on.
Yeah, because you binged the entire season and you're sleep deprived.
Sort of.
I like how this scene demonstrates how Brasso knows that Bix is still alive. It's because they know the cook.
Yep.
She looks like Force Ghost.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was intentional, most likely.
Bro, that's just how holograms look in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, but knowing the context surrounding this,
And considering that this show usually does communications through screens, not holograms. This is one of the first holograms. It's almost like it's emulating on purpose
yeah,
a Force Ghost.
and yeah, this, yeah. Sure will know. Music in the scene is so good.
The acting is great. It's a lot of up close shots of no dialogue, just facial expressions that say everything.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. Coruscant is is near the center of the galaxy, by the way.
Oh.
Seat of the Empire.
Hmm. Luthen smirked a little bit there. I caught that. It was a tiny, tiny smile.
Mom was like, I'm gonna do it.
Do it. What a badass final message. So sick. Best funeral ever.
Remember, Marva got the first hit in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This funeral is supposed to become a lot bigger.
Yep. It looks like we're gonna get a whole bunch of foreigners in on this.
Oh dear. I agree with Strip.
Yep. Trip is
Yeah.
spot on over there. That was the
Yeah, I
whole
was reading it
point
too.
That was the whole point of
Mhm.
Andor. He didn't want to vulgarize and dirty the show by making it directly aligned with modern politics. He wanted to make it a universal story that
Yeah,
applies
because like they're
everywhere
like,
in anywhere.
Yeah, that's the problem. Every
love-
generation
yeah,
assumes
yeah,
that they're
every
like the
gen-
center of the universe. That
You're
you know
not
important
they're the
enough.
main characters.
Yeah.
We're
sorry.
we're
Yeah.
just one chapter in an entire book of history.
Yep.
To every single generation over there, you're not that important. Get
Yep.
off your
Yes.
high horse.
I mean, shit.
Yeah.
That's one of the themes of my novel. It's one of the big themes that we are just stepping stones on the staircase of
Yeah.
history. That's what Markin realizes in the story that he tries to emphasize to people, that
Yeah. I
history
also
matters.
like
The one, even the
how-
ones
yeah,
we
I also-
forgot.
Yes. Yeah. I also like how Bix was crying when she was hearing the funeral instruments, because that's like the best thing she's heard in like months. It's actually medicine to hear. I also like how Keysax told the guy who's big on the anvil to just make him stop instead of shooting them, because he doesn't want to escalate things. He wants to contain things.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to de-escalate. Tycho, on the other hand, no bully.
Yeah, poor Bix.
Another episode of Bix is not having a good time.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I really like to study older history,
Uh-oh.
especially.
Beep, beep, beep. Aloha Snackbar! Actually, that's more of an IED. Oh, yeah.
Internalized explosive device. Is that what it stands for?
Improvised explosive device.
Improvised.
Oh my
Improvised.
god!
Nice.
They just had all of those just sitting there? Look at all
Perfect
those
throw.
grenades that the Empire just had. They were ready for they weren't just ready for a fight. They were ready to massacre this little small little town.
Yep.
No survivors.
That's why
Jesus.
I value individuals, Trip. I value each individual person and their own story. I find it fascinating to, I don't want everything only to be about me. I want to hear other people's stories. Like, okay, you're the main character of your story. I want to hear your story.
Like I felt on the impression that Luce is probably dead now.
Now, obviously, some people their stories are horrible. Others are great. It varies.
Oh dear.
Yep.
Here we go.
And of course, Captain Tiger also wanted to initiate the slaughter.
To be fair, Willman did literally just lob an IED at them.
That is true.
Which
He's just
actually makes
responding
it
with
which actually makes him more of the freaking Irish Republican Party or whatever.
You sound like Severance.
yeah.
I don't know Severance.
So Willman's more Irish than he is Arab. I can now confirm this.
What's Severance? Is that a character or a show or something?
Severance is a show where the idea is that there's this weird company who has a way of severing the mind of somebody, their employees, where they have a work personality and then they have a out of work personality.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds interesting.
And the company is kind of this weird
Oh, she's murdered a child.
cult.
What's
weird
what's
cult.
another life?
It's all focused on a guy by the name of Kier.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Wow, good job, Andor. Also, fuck you, Death Troopers. You guys suck. Worthless. Most worthless elite Imperials out over there. I much rather Senate Commandos than those shits. And the Senate Commandos are utterly worthless.
You don't know very much about us
us
if you think that's if you think that the company in Severance is closed.
Shy, that's pretty funny. Nice.
Bruh.
I like how intimidating Dieter was for so long, and now
Yeah, Scientology is
Without
a
a-
much better comparison because
yeah.
like there aren't like we don't have any strictures of what we can or can't do.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of like therapy or stuff like that, there's like a dietary doctrine, but there's nobody taking blood tests or whatever.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we got that. I like how scared Deidre is, because for most of the show, she's very confident, very intimidating.
Well, she's in a war zone situation.
But
She was in a
yeah, she's
position of
completely out of her
power
element
and
now.
control, and both of those were
Yeah.
just stripped away from her.
It's a commandment, not
Mhm.
so. It's
Dude,
a
this is
commandment
inspiring.
Not to have coffee, yes.
Mhm.
So it's a commandment not to have coffee, but nobody is if you want to, you can. It's just that it's not advisable. And it will mean that you are not eligible to go into the temple because you aren't fitting the
We could talk about
They're not like restrictions as in
Oh,
you can't be a
yeah,
member
Severance sounds
if you
cool.
do this, but
Mhm.
yeah. Like they aren't going to be like super controlling about your life. You can do whatever you want. It's just that you're not gonna like be able to go into the temple. So and also like a lot of the weird doctrines are not in the Book of Mormon, admittedly. Most
That's
of them
how pretty
are-
much every religion is. You have the sacred texts, and then you have people interpreting them, and people do a horrible job at interpreting their own religious texts.
Yeah.
Well,
we know this from every single religion. They all
and
do it.
Some people just want to use religion as an
Well-
excuse for cultural practices that have no basis in said religion. But however,
Yep.
because they like said cultural practices, they're going to go ahead and hold on to it anyway, and they're going to give their god a big old middle finger.
Mhm.
I was gonna say though that scene with Jedra breaking down, that I think I have some. No, I do. I remember. I have something like that since her character is quite literally like to a T my Captain Moon. So I have a scene like that very similar. You know, in the middle of a crazy situation in Warzone, you know, a breakdown of the captain. The captain has to figure out how to compose herself.
Mhm.
It's got to be done right though. It can't be cheap. It can't be, you know, cringe. It's got to be done with good taste.
Mhm.
So there's also the element of like people the idea that we have with commandments is that a commandment is associated more
Oh.
with a blessing than it is a consequence. And more often than not, with coffee, it's you bring bad that it's a problem for yourself.
So, if I'm understanding what you're saying, it's kind of like the Jewish ancient Levitical priesthood, where you can't really go into the Holy of Holies. Well, especially not the Holy of Holies, but you can't go into the holy place when you're unclean. And there's a lot of ways that you can become unclean. You know, if you just had sex, you have to wait a day, then you're clean again. If you what's another one? Oh, if you touched a dead body, you're unclean for a day. Stuff like that. Dietary.
Yeah. I think
Basically, they have to keep themselves.
also
It's not a sin per se to be unclean. We're all of us are unclean all the time, but you can't go into like the most divine place in an unclean state. Was that accurate?
yeah, that's actually pretty accurate. That's a
Okay.
good summary.
I see what they based it off of. Makes sense.
I was this until I met you.
I think, and also it's just like your life is better when you don't. When, like, from what I've observed from just every kind of like study that's been had over the last few hundred years, that the word of wisdom, which was implemented in I think it was 1835. I know it's 1830s, but the exact year I can't remember. Was that it's pretty much been
for
verified
lightness.
by anything. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, it's been verified that that's a good thing, and like I'm happy that I don't have an addiction to coffee, I don't have an addiction to alcohol, smoking, etc.
Good man.
And it's
Yeah,
made
honestly,
my
guys, as
measurably
someone who's gotten
better.
drunk many times, all of you who are chased with alcohol, who are clean of alcohol, keep it up. It ain't worth it. It really isn't.
Yeah. Yeah. I
The
know
only-
from
yeah.
I know from parental witnessing that I have no interest in being intoxicated.
yeah,
Also, this is the
yeah,
last scene
no.
of Andor. This is the last scene of Andor. It's really good.
Let's go. Lock in, gentlemen and ladies.
Last
Like-
Andor season 1.
Yeah, that one is more evidence.
Done.
Sorry, I'm more interested in.
It's the last scene. That's the last scene. It's the last scene.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this one. Porn, by far. It is the worst addiction in the world right now. I'm not even lying.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
definitely.
It is the worst. It's awful.
Off the soapbox for now. Save it until the end.
Stop it.
No. Pause this shit for a second. You can watch it in.
Holy
one.
shit!
I'm coming on.
Startling.
Yes. I'm
Startled the
Just,
crap
like,
out of us.
literally.
I can't have this keep going. Motherfucker, you said no dietary restrictions, and then you defined a consequence for having coffee. What else is a restriction? Unironically, what do you mean? You're just changing the goalpost. Saying it's a good thing is not the relevant
Oh my
thing
God.
here.
Aspiring.
No, I'm
Good.
done.
Good on
Done.
you. No, just good on you. Keep going.
I love this. I love this.
Advice for
Unironically-
living a healthier life. Advice for living a
That
healthier
is
life.
not what I said, though. You have outright contradicted yourself. What you're saying it's a good thing does not mean it's not a contradiction. What you have just said. You're talking to a person who
Yeah,
doesn't drink
I-
coffee.
Yeah. I
Well,
probably
oh
did
wait,
contradict
trip.
myself,
That I don't know why I didn't see that one until now. Trip. To be fair, men discharge as well. Not every month, but they can. And the Bible also says men become unclean as well. It's not just women who are unclean that can't enter the temple.
Yeah,
Besides, being
why
unclean
do you
is not
think
a sin.
why
It's
do you
not a
think I
sin. You
shower
just can't go into the
every
holy
single
place.
morning?
Yeah,
Why do you
like,
think I shower
I
every
think that's
single
just
morning?
mostly making a joke.
That's
but,
what.
yeah.
Actually, let me just say this: a man who does not wash every single morning, I will never consider them actually clean.
Mm-hmm.
What the
Because-
fuck
Oh,
do you
yeah,
wash
I-
every
like-
morning?
Nocturnal emissions can happen any night.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I shower every morning before work.
Yeah.
Just
For me,
in
the-
case of like sweating at night
Let
and
me-
stuff like that.
And let
Are
me
you
tell you
referring-
something. God help you if you should have nocturnal emissions and just happen to have waken up at that exact moment.
Oh,
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine how much that would suck? You are not going back to sleep. You're going to go ahead, wash
Take a shower.
yourself, toss out those clothes, put on a new set, and then sleep in a different spot than you were from before. Because there's absolutely no way in hell you're sleeping in that same spot.
Yeah.
no. To
So,
answer your question, no. The way it works is okay. You're getting emotional. It's not that deep. It's when you're unclean. It's not a sin. It's not the end of the world. Most of us are unclean on a regular basis, pretty much all the time.
So
When you're
It's-
unclean,
it
you
works-
just
hold on,
simply
it
can't
works like-
enter
it
the
works like
holy
how it
place. You
is-
have to become clean to go
Hold-
into
hold on,
there
hold on. It
specifically.
It
Can
works
I
the same way that
interject?
Wudu does in Islam. Basically,
Yeah, Islam has the same thing.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Basically, you cannot pray unless you perform wudu. Wudu is a cleaning ritual. It is you have to basically have not like I don't know, just you have to have washed off, not jerked off or started bleeding somewhere, and it isn't like you're being penalized for not being able to pray. It's an exemption.
Yeah,
so,
don't
you
be
don't have
mistaken. The
to.
Bible is not
also on
misogynistic. Only
also at the
people who
same-
interpreted it
And
are
at the same
misogynistic.
time, I have a cousin who's diabetic. He cannot fast the holy month of Ramadan. He is exempt from that. He doesn't have to do it because if he does do it,
So is
it
the
will.
elderly and children.
It's huh?
So are the elderly and children. And the sick.
Well,
I
if
mean-
I'm understanding,
can I-
Yeah,
can I
that too.
interject?
Actually, yeah, no, that's true. Aspiring children are also exempt from fasting. The sick are
Mhm.
also exempt from fasting. I'm not sure if the elderly are, but it would make sense if they are exempt as well.
is Ramadan's fasting mandatory or is it a
Yes.
tradition of?
No,
Okay,
it is-
it's
it is
mandatory.
straight-
Gotcha.
It is one of the
Right.
5 pillars. You have to do it.
Understood. Yeah, but no, what was I saying? Yeah, there is a common misinterpretation when people read the Bible or just go to church that yes, Christians and people who are of those religion denominations are misogynistic because of their terrible interpretation of what the text says. It's actually
we don't have
when
to
you
use
read it,
we
it's
have to
actually not misogynistic towards women. It's towards both men and women. It bashes the crap out of both of us, and when you see those passages that people interpret as misogynistic, all you have to do is either keep reading or read another paragraph of a different chapter or something, and you'll see the exact equivalent towards men. There are no double standards. There's basically standards set for women by God and then standards set for men by God, and they're pretty much equal, just slightly different.
So my thought with the blood stuff is more to prevent the spread of disease, and
Anyway.
it is an actual like moral uncleanliness. That's my interpretation of it. There's also kind of you're talking about like Deuteronomy, right? Like the stuff in Deuteronomy.
All of it.
Correct?
All of it's that's where it starts. But it's everywhere. It's all over it.
That's true,
Okay.
but I actually believe that the Book of Deuteronomy is bogus and was inserted by Josiah the First. And
Really?
it was what led to. Yeah, I believe that's the fact that it was actually replacing the Book of Jubilees.
Interesting.
As opposed to being actually one of the 5 books of Moses, and that it was inserted because the priests around the time of Deuteronomy wanted to purge certain elements of the religion and reconfigure.
Well, I'm not saying that society isn't misogynistic, because it can be. I'm just saying that the sacred texts themselves, the source material, is not.
Well, Trip,
It's
if
how
he
people
becomes
interpret
trans,
it.
he'll be dealing with a completely different struggle separate from misogyny. He'll be dealing
Pretty
with
much.
transphobia.
And not interested in going down that path, that's for sure, because that is a rough life. You have to take medications and you have to deal with complications. No, thank you. Nothing but respect to people who want to do that, as long as they don't become crazy and go into GameStop and overthrow the GameStop over people. You know what I'm talking about. Just be respectful about it. But yeah, but no, that's interesting, Dunn, because the Book of Deuteronomy the entire thing is a speech. The entire book is a speech, and that's very interesting.
Yeah,
It's Moses's final speech.
Yeah, but it's kind of like if we look at the Deuteronomy.
And they managed to make an entire book out of it? How long was that man speaking?
He was speaking.
Well,
yeah, if you read it, he was speaking for like weeks. It's a long ass speech. It's crazy.
Yeah. But kind of the idea is that the Book of Deuteronomy.
Hats off to
is
the guy who
insertion
wrote all
of-
that, who transcribed all of that.
Yeah, it was
Well,
probably Caleb, Joshua, or some of the assistants nearby Moses, because they're the only ones that could have written the Torah, since the Torah speaks on like personal things that Moses saw. So either he wrote it, or Caleb, Joshua, or the others around him did.
Yeah.
We're not clear. It doesn't say who wrote the 5 books.
Yeah. The idea that I'm going with is you're aware of King Josiah the First in kind of around a little bit before the fall of Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea is that
Not
it was
ringing
all
any
made
bells
up.
on Josiah specifically, but
Like right before, it was basically all made up. It was basically an anti-prophet,
I'm gonna
reform,
I'm gonna be referee.
anti-revelation, but yeah, I'm sorry. I find that sort of stuff more interesting than
Yes,
Andor.
yes.
Sorry, Raptor.
No,
I
yeah.
apologize.
and my apologies too. I
Guys,
just found that theory fascinating.
We can
Well,
we can
I
talk
imagine
about
religion. Well, I imagine if you're religious, religion would be more important than any kind of media. So
Yeah.
Well, you guys know that I
Also-
am.
So it's just like
Done. Move
find
back
Lord
by
of the Rings
about
more-
a minute. Go back a minute at the very least.
You still haven't answered the coffee shit.
God.
I think I probably I guess my immediate thought with dietary restrictions is like food or having like consistent drug tests or whatever. It's all based on your integrity. But I suppose I did contradict myself in how I presented it. Yes.
Yep. To each their own.
Okay, we've settled that. That's all I cared about. Bye.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's so funny. You join for coffee. I love that. That was great, Shy. That was really fun.
I want to die.
Well, no, it's just I find like theological debates like interesting.
Yeah,
especially how,
I'm
like,
interested
random
as
stuff.
well, but you know, there's a time and place for them.
Yeah.
Done. Let the scene play.
Hey, there's the GIF. I'm always using that GIF.
It's a beautiful situation.
Very nice.
Then there's an end credit scene.
Oh yeah, you got to see that one.
Hold up, wait, it should be here. It should be. Wait. There.
Run.
But
I
yeah,
know
there,
it's
it's
the-
obvious.
Everybody be quiet for this. Everyone be quiet.
I
This is
know
the
it's
first time I'm seeing it, by the way.
Watch it.
Oh,
How cool is that? Cassian created the same machine that ends up killing him.
that's
Man.
that is actually a really, really cool shot. I will fully
Yeah.
agree.
Good detail, you know, it fills in the context of why they keep arresting people so much. Free labor, free slave labor. And why they pretty much keep them arrested in their prisons indefinitely so they can build the Death Star. So it's so fucked up. That's so tyrannical. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Raptor, remember my reaction to seeing that? I was so mad. I was so mad. Yeah, that's
Yes.
done. That is a wild theory. I've never heard of such a thing. That is that a Mormon theory or you personal theory that the Deuteronomy is fake? I've never heard that from
so-
anyone before.
A trip.
It's a theory of a lot of people who read the Apocrypha. Specifically, a guy by the name of Jonah Barnes. He's not really in. He just loves. He created a book where he was like the lost book of the Bible, and he kind of compares the Bible to the Apocrypha. Uses the Book of Mormon as a lens, and the way that he applies it is basically just figuring out that he doesn't necessarily believe his finding indicates that, and as well as a book called In the Language of Adam also talks about this, where the idea is that when Josiah was cracking down on idol worship, it's not necessarily just the idea of like idols. They're also cracking down on any kind of teaching of prophets. They're cracking down on a lot of the messianic imagery within the Bible and removing it, as well as removing several holy days, which have a lot of messianic symbology and importance. And most of the problems that Christ has with the current religion were stuff that was in the book of Deuteronomy that he's
Interesting.
pushing back against during his.
So I've read it many times. All it is a very long speech by Moses. I'm talking weeks. He probably took breaks, but you can tell where the breaks are in like the sections where the chapters end. Those are like the breaks. But the entire thing is a recap of all of Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers.
I'm sorry, Raptor.
It's pretty much a recap of everything because you know when you read all 5 of the books back to back, you see the same things repeated over and over again. The idea of the Torah is to get it through your head of what the laws are and to memorize them. That's pretty much the whole point of the Torah. And so that's a fascinating theory. I think what was the book that you said was taken out? I think I started to read that one out of curiosity just to like research it a few years ago. What was it, Jubilees? Yeah, Jubilees.
Jubilees. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I was reading it and I thought this feels fake because it doesn't have the same writing style and flow that the rest of the Torah has. That's one way that I've noticed to spot. Oh, guys, look at this. Hold up, I gotta show you this.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold up, trying to figure this out. I'll do entire screen. Boom. Check it out, gentlemen.
Okay.
Whenever it shows up. I'm streaming it. Should be.
I'm not
Looks like it didn't work.
compared. Yeah, it didn't work. Sorry.
My bad.
But-
Looks like it didn't work. How
Okay,
about now?
it worked. Okay, now it works.
Check it out.
Okay.
Andor's rifle.
Cool. Indeed, nice.
Wissia, is any of this a reference?
That's
The
not a
naming.
rifle, that's a pistol. But also, that looks vaguely similar to Rex's pistol, except, yeah, not really. Unfortunate. Oh my god,
Gotcha.
I'm so, that has filled me with so much rage. I'm sorry.
What's this a reference to?
That's that pulse. That's
Mhm.
not a reference to anything.
Well, no, it is Star Wars. All of these are these are the new Star Wars weapons. This is a reference to something. I just don't know. Where's the
I've
other
never
one? This
seen
is the
that
one that I
black-
thought I saw.
Oh, that's
This is the one.
That's a Tuscan Raider rifle.
That's not. a
Oh, it
Tusken
is.
Raider
That's what
rifle.
refurbished is. Okay.
I
What
mean,
is it?
it's not really a Tusken Raider rifle. I mean, it's got the prongs at the end. It looks more like the Mandalorian rifle. The
Here, let me
God,
gun
why
that he was
you
using.
remind me of that?
let me take off the ornament. This is what it normally looks like.
Yeah, that looks more like what Din Djarin was using
I
with the prongs.
forgot.
at
Cool.
the end.
Okay.
Oh,
I was
forgot everything
morbidly
about
curious
that.
what these were. Let me see. Are there any? Oh yeah, I know that this one's Han Solo's rifle. Really good
Yep.
in the game.
Yes,
I think that's it
Yeah.
for the Star Wars references. Obviously, the lightsaber is a lightsaber.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let's see. Yeah, no, this is Destiny.
Please refrain from calling a pistol a rifle.
Okay, Jesus, it's not the end of the world.
Actually,
It is though.
that is like calling a biplane a jet fighter. Don't.
Oh my God! All right, fix your mic. It's doing that weird thing.
I'll be back.
Like,
Yeah, I know. I know.
your
I know.
your snicketiness. We can.
Oh dear.
His snicketiness with the Star Wars. Okay, I know this one's one of the new ones. Is this a reference to anything in Star Wars? It looks familiar.
I think that looks like Padme Amidala's blaster.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I like what they did with this expansion. A lot of Easter eggs. Anyways, that's it for the sharing. Just wanted to show that weapon that I have Andor's rifle. Once I saw him using it in the show, I was like, hey, I know that one. I recognize it. So cool. I love that.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching that Fate of the Old Republic cinematic that was released during the Game Awards. And the first thing I saw was like, oh, that's the fodder holocraft.
All right, back.
Hey,
Like
sounds
this.
good. Your persnicketiness.
Yeah. Whatever. That was actually not just Padme's pistol. That was actually just like the Naboo
standard
style
Naboo.
pistol. Yeah.
Mhm.
Got this sick
Um,
handle. And then check this out.
That looks
All
like
the-
the Master
All the
different
Kyber crystals, baby.
Oh, that's dope.
Yep.
It's
That's
so
pretty
good.
cool.
All so far, I only have these three. I have the white one, red one. I really want the dark saber. Everybody wants the dark saber. We get it
I
from the
hate it,
dungeon.
But don't remind me of the dark saber. Don't.
Actually,
It's
you need
cool.
to understand. It's so cringe.
It was cool, and then Dave Filoni ruined it, and I don't want to see it
I
again
don't
my
care.
entire life.
It's cool in Destiny 2. It looks good. And besides, look at this. This is sick. This is like a Star Wars game. It's exactly like a Star Wars game. And it plays like one too. You guys saw the gameplay from
Yeah.
earlier. Anyways,
I
That's
think part of it is I
No.
like the Darksaber's blade, but I don't like the hilt.
the
That's
hilt I
not-
have is a custom one. The
well,
one that I
like
was sharing is.
Well, I mean the original Darksaber.
Ah, gotcha.
Like I've never liked the like I I actually never liked the Darksaber aesthetically, which is probably weird. I
Really?
like,
Man, where's all this hate
Yeah,
for the
dude.
Darksaber coming from? That thing's sick. I've always loved it.
Mandalorian.
You have not seen The Mandalorian.
So Deuteronomy, yes, it was the original filibuster. It really was. It was the first filibuster.
You
Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, oftentimes in Bible studies over the years, we would joke about Deuteronomy while reading it. We go like, damn, this is one hell of a speech. This is a long speech.
Also, Aspiring, have you finished Andor Season 2?
The more that I talk with you, Aspiring, the more that I see from you, the more I begin to realize we are the same person.
Oh, no.
Is that a good thing?
you just don't like.
What, are you still on episode 6?
Yeah. I think the main difference between the two of you is your tomboy.
Oh dear.
No. Me and Aspiring both appreciate tomboys. We're just not. We're just
not noble, crazy
noble.
levels.
Yeah, we're not at the nobles level.
Jesus Christ, Noble, you gotta chill on that, bro. Like, chill. Damn. It's okay to like tomboys, but not like that. Oh my god.
He wants to convert every single woman to be a tomboy. It's like, what?
No. We all have our types. Doesn't mean everyone needs to be that type. Come on.
I mean, I think that's more of a meme than it is like actual sincerity. But
yeah, most likely.
I think it is sincere, but
yeah. I think that's probably it. My tastes are more specific and slightly stronger.
I'm very like broad when it comes to my taste of a woman, so I'm not too picky. I do have some mild preferences here and there, but overall, I'm mostly attracted to all women.
Yep. For example, I hate blondes. Not hate. I just find them to be trite.
Yeah, blondes are less attractive than brunettes.
Yep. And it's not even because it's not even the fault of the blonde. It's just because, Americana and all that shit. It's like the image that I constantly saw everywhere pushed as like, oh, super beautiful and all that shit is always a blonde lady. And I just got bored of it. You all just want women who can kick your yes.
I don't care for that. I know what I like now that I've been with a few girls. I like cutesy gals who are girly. I like them a lot.
Oh no, Trip. That predates the maggots. Don't worry. The weird obsession with blondes predates the maggots, and by a long shot.
Oh yeah, no, that has nothing to do with that movement. That's always been a thing in America.
Oh, and it was also a thing in Germany for a while.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Western world specifically. Yeah. Yep.
I did see a joke a meme a while back. There's a good reason why a lot of Norse women are hot is because the Vikings didn't bring the ugly ones back.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was about right.
That's very dark, but I buy it.
So anyhow,
them Norse, they weren't very good people.
Yeah. So anyhow, I'm done. I was thinking about
no,
doing.
You're not. You're Raptor.
Of course, Trip doubts it. Yeah. I like girls like my ex Ruby. That's who I like, and she was pretty much how I'm writing Seda in Australia is very similar to her personality. Very, very similar. I'm not trying to make it a one-on-one, but I don't want to do that, but like very, very similar. Very cutesy, like giggly. She would squeal a lot, and she would, wrap herself around me. It was the most adorable thing. I loved it. That's what I like.
Anyhow.
I'm gonna play some Silk Song.
Yes. Oh, Silk Song. Oh my god.
I mean, I've had enough. I'm gonna go and start playing it now.
Epic. Let's go. Let's go.
Yep. Aspiring. Wait, tell Ness to wake up. Feel free to join me in friggin' hang it in the gaming and trials chat because it's gonna be a trial.
I think she's already up. She usually takes a night shift.
I mean, I'm playing as Hornet, so the urge to not kill myself is already very, very, very difficult.
So, Raptor,
Yes.
you were saying?
Yeah, so I was thinking about doing a more of a comprehensive discussion on Andor season 1 as a whole, if you wouldn't mind. We
Let
can
me
do
give you
that
some background footage.
everyone.
Absolutely.
I will. Let me check how many hours left I have on my StreamYard. Let me see.
I will give you some lightsaber background
Okay.
footage.
Okay, so I've got about 3 hours left for the month.
Okay,
Ish,
that's
once
enough
this
for a
is-
discussion. Yeah, it's essentially just discussing like the entire season in its entirety, how a lot of plot lines kind of influence and echo each towards each other, and a big discussion on Cassian Andor, because you're not alone in saying Cassian is a very dull, boring protagonist. Even people who like the show say he's the most boring element in it, and I disagree with all these claims because his. Mhm.
I don't think that he's necessarily boring. I will agree because he is proactive. He does have an arc through the season that it is
Yes.
observable.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't find him very interesting as a character, even though I think that he's relatively well written.
Mm-hmm. There is a core component of his character that a lot of people don't really acknowledge, and that's has a big component with his sister, because a lot of people believe that him bring up his sister is just there to get the plot going, and yes, it functions as that, but it also functions on more of an internal level, because Cassian not being able to save his sister is ultimately what kind of drives him, because he kind of has a yearning to save people. And for the longest time, all he cared about was just finding his sister. But now that he knows that that's not on the table, he had nothing left. But when he went after breaking out of the prison, he and then in turn had a new motive to strive for, which is of course to redeem himself for what happened at Ferrex, because he feels he's partially responsible for everything that happened, with Pre-Mor, which then resulted in the Empire. And after he realizes that Bix is in trouble, he is now trying to find a way to save Bix, because he's now created this yearning to save Bix. And it's something that's very fascinating, because this kind of yearning kind of passes and picks up new elements throughout the series. Season 2 places a lot of emphasis on this, and it's really fascinating how it essentially gravitates away from Bix and onto just saving people from the Empire, preventing them from living a life that he had to live through. And when Bix told Cassian and reaffirmed to everyone who was in that ship that, don't worry, Cassian will find us, meant so much to him, because he was unable to find his sister. He was unable to return back to his mom. And knowing that Bix said something so crucial to his character, you could tell in his face that he actually did something that was actually justifiable. He actually did something that was worthwhile in his life, that wasn't selfish. So I just thought it was really fascinating, because Bix pretty much fulfills that yearning he's always had, now knowing that he can't find his sister anymore, and that yearning is something that's never going to get away from him.
That's a good point, because Bix kind of does look a bit like his sister too.
No, I don't think it's that component.
Well, no, I mean that's I'm talking directing, intentionality and little subtle details like that.
Yeah, he's more of a reluctant hero, and he's very subtle, which is why I find him really interesting. A lot of protagonists are a little bit more explicit in terms of what their goals and motivations are. But with Cassian's, it's very subtle, and throughout his throughout the entirety of the season, we see components of his old philosophy of believing that it's better to run from the Empire than fight it become slowly eroded after his interactions with Nemec, and seeing how someone like Skeen, who represents his more extreme ideals of selfishness, can ultimately become so detrimental to everything he despises that he kills not only Skeen because it was practical in the moment, but it also because he's killing that part of himself, that selfish side of himself that we never see again when he breaks away free from that prison. And another key moment is Nemec said that before the Aldani heist is he couldn't sleep. But yeah, you sleep by a good stone because you have nothing to ultimately live for. Now, you don't really have an ideal to strive for. And by the time we reach the climax of the prison arc, like right before they attacked, you could tell that Cassian was not sleeping. The establishing shot showcases him still being awake, even though he's in his old bed. So that it's these small little character consistencies that were established earlier on that is very easy to neglect. That ultimately make Cassian an extremely fascinating character, in my opinion.
Okay.
So yeah, now putting that into perspective, is he a bit more interesting now?
Wait,
No.
I do like someone with spice though. Hate those who can't hold their shape, so to speak. Xula does, or does he really? I don't know what you're all talking about, but if you're talking about, I saw you mention submissive woman. I don't really care about that. I could care less if she's submissive or not. Doesn't matter to me.
Maybe it's just like I don't find the performance very, very charismatic. That could be part of it.
Well, I think that's intentional. He's not supposed to be a very charismatic character because he's a very reluctant, and he's not that interested in being involved with like many people's affairs. He's mostly just very like self-serving for most of the season. It isn't until the end of like the prison arc where he becomes a lot more selfless.
Mm.
And in season 2, he is a bit more charismatic. I've noticed. The very first scene of season 2, I really like because it demonstrates how much Cassian has changed.
Okay.
So yeah, would you say that Cassian as a character is elevated in your eyes now that I kind of talked about more self-influence of him?
I think that my opinion of him is like how I feel about him is about the same, but I would say that my appreciation for how he's written has gone up, but I still just don't care. I'm like, partially because like I have no investment in him in his journey because I kind of know what it's gonna be and where it ends. Yeah, maybe.
But ultimately, like what makes Cassian really interesting is knowing that he's basically just another ghost in the galaxy. By the time we reach the original trilogy, he's ultimately a very he pretty much represents the people that history doesn't talk about. Ultimately, that's what a lot of these characters in Andor represent. Ultimately, like the main like heartbeat of what makes rebellions, what makes empires. People that you don't really know too much of in history, but in this show, people like them are getting the spotlight, and that's particularly why I find all these characters in Andor so fascinating. It's shedding a light on components of how these regimes function that you don't really see much of, and it's ultimately a supply chain thriller. If you really think about it, it really goes for like a bottom up perspective on how this galaxy works, where we see bits of like the bureaucracy, bits of like the local customs and people who are very much divorced from that lifestyle. We see bits of the ISB. We understand how gluten is pretty much like this connective tissue between all these little rebel cells in terms of distribution and manufacturing. It's very much meticulous show in that regard.
That's a good question. I would say that I like his personality a lot more. I find it more interesting. I also find his internal conflict much more interesting than Andor's internal conflict.
They did do a better job with Anakin in Clone Wars than in the prequels. It's kind of cringe in the prequels a few times.
I mean, I still think Cassian's a lot more
Oh,
interesting.
He's a better written
Yeah,
character for sure. Especially since Anakin in the Clone Wars is very much like, this is a character for kids, and George has the mentality that it is for kids, and he never grows it. He grows it up in the weirdest ways.
The Mortis arc, that was really bad.
Yeah, that sucked. It's terrible.
The Mortis arc essentially confirmed a misinterpretation on what it means to have balance in the Force. Because what it means in reality is that the dark side is completely eliminated. But the Mortis arc confirms that the balance is ultimately that there needs to be both a light side and a dark side, which makes no sense because the dark side represents chaos. How can there be order if there's chaos?
Well, not even
There'll
order.
be balance with the chaos.
Just good. Like, since the light side isn't really order, it's peace, harmony.
There is no such thing as a light side. Hold on, that's the problem right over there. The fact that we're using the framing of the light side and the dark side, that's already an error right over there. There isn't a light side or a dark side. There is the Force, and then there's the dark side of the Force.
Well, when you say the light side, you mean the opposite of the dark side.
Yes, but that's the problem. That's the problem right over there. Nowhere in the original trilogy, and even in the prequels, is there mention of the light side of the Force. It is only the Force, and then there is the dark side of it.
Since the dark side in George Lucas's original cosmology it is a cancer on the Force. It's not,
and it needs to be. It needs to be purged.
Yeah,
that's his literal wording, by the way. He frames the balance as like having a balanced diet. A balanced diet is not equal parts junk and equal parts healthy food.
I was thinking like rot. I was just thinking rot on a plant or a body.
So the fact that the fact that people conceive of the Force as having a light side is already botched. You already misunderstand what the Force is. Because the thing that I noticed is the Force is a Eastern idea ported over to a Western audience. Western audiences have a conception of heaven, of a middle world that we reside in, and then a hell. So intuitively, they imagine that there is a heaven, a light side of the Force, but there isn't. It is just the Force. So they ended up, tacking that on over there, because that's how they conceive of cosmology. In Eastern philosophy, I mean, the universe sort of just it. What do you mean rolls eyes at whist? What did I say wrong?
Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
It's semantics. It's not semantics. It's just it's important because it contextualizes the difference of mentality between two halves of the world, basically.
Also, done Another component regarding why Andor is really fascinating in this show is because of Cyril. Cyril functions as his foil, much like how Deidre kind of functions as Luthen's foil. And their relationship with each other is very unique and similar, and in their own respects. And what's especially fascinating about Cyril is the fact that his journey parallels Cassian's. We mentioned this a few times, where, of course, their mothers obviously have a great amount of impact regarding like their initial beliefs. Those beliefs are essentially taken and solidified due to other characters, with Cyril's Linus Mosk and Deidre. For Cassian, it was mostly Nemec and Melshi. And ultimately, because they essentially create each other's inciting instances on Ferrix, they ultimately return back to Ferrix for redemption and end up saving the person they care about the most. With Cyril, it was Deidre, and with Cassian, it was Bix.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love the parallels.
I think that actually does fit, where light and good are kind of synonymous.
Yeah.
So.
Showeth my lightsaber gameplay as background while we all speak.
Okay.
If you want to.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fair
So
enough.
yeah.
Because
so
it
what
is
are your
pretty
thoughts
cool.
on that perspective from like Cyril and Cassian's dynamic.
Yeah. And I do think that that's interesting, where it's basically one is kind of a slow rebelling against the system, and the other one is a subsumation of the system because it's the only thing that gives his life meaning.
Yeah, and he essentially enjoys, of course, not only just like maintaining the law because it's going to be like very moral, but ultimately it's because he was pretty much deprived from any kind of agency over his mother. Like, it's very much implied that the first form of agency he was able to get over his mother was being a cop for pre-war authority. Like, that was something she didn't want her son to aspire to become, but it's ultimately one that he ended up making for himself. But ultimately, that failed, and the first thing that Edie does is remind him how much of a failure that was and how much of a better plan that she has in store for him. So it's a very fascinating dynamic between the two, and I love every scene of them. It showcases so much about how both of them function and think, and it's just beautiful to listen to because the dialogue is amazing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was also interesting about Cyril is the fact that he's technically of a lower rank than your average stormtrooper, and yet he is a core component of how everything functions in the galaxy. And it's especially interesting knowing how the villains in this show, they kind of like pass the torch on to each other. Like, initially it's Cyril,
Yeah, they do.
then it becomes, yes, initially it's Cyril, and then it's Deidre, and then it's Krennic, and then it's Grand Moff Tarkin, and then it's Vader, and then it's Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah, that's a good catch, actually. I didn't think about that.
We're pretty much witnessing the chain of command from the bottom up, and analyzing how each component functions in respect to what they're ultimately trying to strive for.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very fascinating. Like, the bureaucracy in this show is so fascinating to me.
Dun, what is your personal favorite thing about Andor Season 1 now that you finished it?
I would say my favorite part about it is for sure the plot. Due to the fact that it just fits together really well, and there's a lot of intentionality. There's very little in terms of wasted moments through the series.
Mm-hmm.
I would
very
definitely
efficient.
say that. Yeah, I don't really care about. I think my major problem is that I don't care about any character in here. Even like Luthen, I'm like interested to see where it happens, but I am not emotionally invested in him like I would be with, say, Lou Bloom in Nightcrawler, or even Peter Pevensey
Or
in
Silco.
Yeah, or Silco. I was more invested in Vi than I was in Silco, but I would definitely say that Silco is way better than
Oh
Vi.
man, yeah,
In terms of,
Silco's
like,
my favorite character in
characterization,
Arcane. He's
But
so
also
cool.
in terms of role in the narrative, Silco shares quite a bit with Luthen, the mastermind behind the scenes, sort of thing.
That is a really good point, actually. I never connected those two together like that before.
Actually,
Yeah.
now that I think about it, they're basically the same character.
Kind of,
They
yeah.
even have the same philosophy. Power doesn't come to those who are fastest or strongest or smartest. It goes to anyone who is willing to do anything to obtain it. In other words,
Quoting him
people who are
directly.
willing
Oh my
to
god, my screen.
sacrifice In
I
other
am
words,
not
people who are
that
willing
much
to
of a dick. I am not that much of a dick.
Basically, if you're willing to sacrifice anything, you will gain power. And Luthen, well, he sacrifices everything to gain the power to overthrow the Empire.
Yeah.
It's
Except
also interesting seeing how
Silco is rather unsuccessful, unfortunately. Oh my god, wait a second. He even has a female enforcer who does a lot of his heavy.
Sure.
Oh god.
Yeah, what I especially like about season 2 is it really does place a lot of emphasis on how much the rebellion and the empire are ultimately two sides of the same coin, because they engage in the same language, which is war. There's a very fascinating dynamic between a lot of rebel cells and how the empire function. That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, the rebels are supposed to create a government at the end of the day, so
Yeah. Well, it's mostly just small things like in the Aldani arc, and not Aldani arc, the first Gorman arc, where Luthen is being overwhelmed with information because he has like too many like threads in every direction that he's drowning in information. And in that same in the previous episode, we see the ISB also being overwhelmed with too much information as essentially the aftermath of PORD being ratified, because they're bringing in too many prisoners that they can't properly discern. Okay, which ones actually did something illegal, and which ones are we just throwing in prison because we just needed to make our numbers look good. And so it's really difficult for them to solve actual crimes because of this. It's a fascinating aftermath of this.
I'm not ignoring chat. They are. I'm not. Don't worry.
Well, I'm not looking at it because I'm mostly gaming, but I'm looking at it now.
So, no, it's. You haven't seen me break up. Let's put it like that. That is actually a time where I actually get very emotional. Because
I see.
To a certain extent, if I break up with somebody, I was emotionally invested with them, and the only reason I'm breaking up is because I don't want to hurt them and take them and waste their time.
Yeah.
And that is actually very painful for me. So let's just correct the record there, if that's okay. So no, that is not an accurate summation. Just because it was hurtful does not mean that it was done like that. So
yeah, understandable. Yeah, as you guys know, I'm very emotional, too emotional.
Also, what
Definitely
I really like about
a problem.
what I really like about the final episode of season 1 is it actually makes stormtroopers intimidating, and
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
really liked that too.
And a lot of that is because of the Imperial Guard that we see, guys that don't have any lethal weapons of their own. they're essentially there to maintain some level of composure within this current environment, because they don't want things to get too out of hand when violence starts to initiate. They're trying to, of course, like cool down the temperature, so to speak. But when things get too out of hand, that's when they use their last resorts. That's when they use the big guns, the stormtroopers. And in many
Oh,
other
yeah.
Star Wars shows or films, the stormtroopers are the cannon fodder. But here, they're treated like actual threats, because not only is there far less of them compared to Imperial Guard, but they have weapons that can actually kill people. And their aim is surprisingly good.
Yeah, I
Only
like that they're not just
stormtroopers-
made into
only
incompetent
Imperial stormtroopers are
NPCs.
so precise.
And I love how there's so many small, like very minor characters, like I mentioned, that play very significant roles, like Korv, a very minor character, basically Deidre's spy. But because Cinta kills Korv, that in turn gives Cyril a slot to fill for Deidre's plans in season 2, where he becomes her spy, because Korv's not dead. And of course, without Nerchi's intel, then Deidre wouldn't have risked venturing out herself, trying to like find out where Cassian might be around the neighborhood, which in turn is separating her from her main security. So when things get really bad, in terms of the riot, she is now very vulnerable as a result of this, which in turn gives Cyril an opportunity to save her. So all these very small actions that all these like very minor characters commit have very, very dire consequences for our more important characters. And that's why I love this episode so much. There's so much going on that it takes you a little bit to really appreciate all the moving parts coming into play. So yes.
Yeah, I totally understand and respect Dunn's perspective on Andor. I'm glad that
Yeah,
he
like,
likes the
there's pretty much-
competency.
Yeah, but like if someone says I'm not emotionally invested anyway, there's nothing you can say or do to make them emotionally invested, because that's ultimately a decision they made. Like
Yeah,
if
It's not
someone
even a decision they made. It was just simply
yeah.
a thing. It just simply is how their brain is wired.
Yeah, like I'm never going to be emotionally invested in anything in like the Fallout show, for instance, or
Well, that's because the Fallout show is awful.
well,
How was
yeah,
that?
and yeah. Ultimately, like if characters keep making stupid decisions that they shouldn't make, I am no longer invested in them. I don't care about them at all.
Mhm.
But with characters
Yeah.
make highly competent and
Listen.
intelligent decisions, like in Andor or in Dune or Better Call Saul, Pluribus
Yeah.
or Breaking Bad, I become emotionally invested in them because they are intelligent. And it's a breath of fresh air from like 90% of media
Oh,
coming
yeah,
out
for sure.
nowadays.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know why it is that I like. Maybe it's because the goal is a little bit clearer. It's not as nebulous as it is in Andor. Like, and there isn't like as much of. Maybe it's just I don't like Andor. Andor as a character, and I have no interest in him at all. And even in the other side characters, I like them, but I don't really care about their struggles. I'm interested to see how they get out of them, but I really just don't care.
I think ultimately Cassian is fundamentally represents the cost of rebellion.
Mhm.
Ultimately represents the cost of rebellion is who Cassian represents throughout like his show. Because I agree with Rogue One. Yeah, with Rogue One, I did not care for Cassian that much, and I didn't really care knowing that he had a show. I imagine most people didn't. But after watching the show, I came to care about Cassian, because not only is he highly competent, not only is there a lot of internal conflicts that he has to deal with that are very fascinating, not only does he have a philosophical conflict that is challenged. I love it when characters are forced to undergo these trials and tribulations. They're very fascinating to me. But he also fundamentally represents a core component of Star Wars and history that I find very compelling, which is ultimately embodying the sacrifice of rebellion, what it takes to properly conquer a regime that expands across like an entire galaxy.
Yeah, I really like the one thing I really like about Andor and Tony Gilroy's take on Star Wars is that instead of it being an oppressive regime in our world, it's an oppressive regime in sci-fi, and done with accuracy of human nature like our world. I caught that and I went, okay, I like this a lot. This, you know, you got to hook me in, like Wissy has mentioned many times, and I think he's dead on, that to get me invested, you got to have some kind of intrigue. And for that, that's the massive intrigue in Andor specifically, the show.
There's a lot of political intrigue that I'm very fascinated by in Andor, especially in season 2 with Gorman.
The politics, they're all right. I mostly like the I like how they play around with an oppressive regime in a space universe. I do really like that a lot.
Yeah,
if it didn't have that, I probably wouldn't be too invested in the show. Although, like Cyril, Dedra, and all of them, they're very investable. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The characters on the rebellion side are unique because of the repressive regime, because of that contrast. So yeah, I can agree in that front. But ultimately,
I think that there is something unique about Andor, but
what was unique about Andor's depiction of a repressive regime is the fact that it showcases a very grounded empire.
It's very efficient and mechanized, almost to an assembly line type.
Yeah, and instead of
they don't really go into it in the same way in a lot of other sci-fi. I can't really think of any other things
like
that do it like
that. As if oppressive regime is sci-fi is original or unique. Oh, no, it's not original or unique. I like the way they're doing it. I like the way Tony Gilroy does it. He does it very accurately to how oppressive regimes in history actually ran. I really like that attention to detail. I know I use that phrase a lot, but I really do mean it.
Yeah, because instead of just making up a bunch of nonsense to make your oppressive regime ultimately fail, Tony Gilroy is ultimately deriving a lot of his writing from history, because there are fundamental and elemental flaws within empires in of themselves, especially if they desire to oppress more people that they have the capacity to oppress. So as a result, they rely too much on technology to accommodate that deficit, and we see in Andor how much of that reliance on technology ends up becoming their downfall. And
we know that every single empire that's ever existed has been oppressive to somebody somewhere. May not be the nation the empire comes from. They were thriving, but usually somebody else got taken out, wiped out, massacred, taken over, forcefully enslaved, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And the way they play around with that in Andor is very accurate to those things. I think that's why history buffs like Andor, and maybe like autistic guys like us, we like Andor.
Apparently, Shad is a history buff, but he doesn't like Andor. But he doesn't like Andor for really dumb reasons.
Interesting.
Because
a history buff doesn't like Andor.
Yeah, I know.
I never really liked him. I have nothing
diversity.
against the guy personally, but I never really liked him as a YouTuber. I think I only watched one video, and I'm not really a big fan of him.
He used to be pretty cool back in the day, but that was a long time ago.
And then the more I realized, like, his takes are just awful.
Yeah,
like he unironically likes Twilight.
Oh God, the book or the movies?
The movies.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that. Yeah, the book bored me to death. Oh my God, it's not for me.
Imagine
I couldn't finish it.
Imagine holding these two opinions in your head. Andor is bad, but Twilight is good.
Well, I think,
interesting.
So from the thumbnail, it looks like he stopped at episode 4 through 5.
He did not. No,
Andor,
I think he finished the Aldani arc. Yeah, which really weird because he didn't finish season 1, but then he carried on to season 2. It's like, what are you doing?
Also, I wanted to mention that I love how when I throw the lightsaber, sometimes it just decides to fuck off and do whatever it wants to do. I find that really funny.
He also did a stream that said, "Why do people hate Andor if it's so good?" And
Well, a lot of the people who hate Andor are also,
dumb,
don't have
really stupid. They seem
they're
like
also
they're
really
they seem like they're coming in with a weird bias. It's like the Nazi guy that
What reasons did Chad give?
He just said it was boring. And nothing more substantial than that. He just says it's
Like
boring.
50 Shades of Grey.
And funny enough, whenever someone says that, like, oh, a piece of artwork is boring, then, like, why do you feel the need to say that? You're just going to invite a conversation that is going to be boring because you said it's boring. Like, I don't care if you thought it was boring. Just keep that to yourself. We're just going to have a worthless argument if you thought it was boring.
Mm.
There's nothing anybody can do to change that.
Yeah, I watched the 50 Shades of Grey movies. They're weird. They're kind of weird, but there are like each movie has probably one really good scene, and then the rest of the movie sucks. The entire series is built on the romance between Edward Bella, and there was zero chemistry. Yep.
Yeah.
Never read, never will read 50 Shades. Understandable. Never read it either.
Yeah, and
I've heard so much about it.
The more recent Predator film, Badlands.
Oh god.
And he also liked the How to Train a Dragon remake. It's like, no.
Oh no. Leave my How to Train Your Dragon trilogy alone, god damn it. Oh, I love those movies. They're precious. I don't like that they made a live action. Yeah, the originals.
He also doesn't like Studio Ghibli films.
I like all three.
Stop.
I mean, to be fair, fuck Miyazaki.
Yeah, but it's
like that guy hates his own kids. He actively wishes. He actively desires to see the destruction of his own country.
He's an awful person, but I like his films.
I am so glad he does not let. I am so glad he does not allow his negativity to bleed into his films. I think he just. I think
that's funny.
I think he's like. I think with the Japanese artists, the part of their writing that they put into the story, that the thing that they write, is the part of themselves that they're expelling from their body. So if a Japanese mangaka decide to write an extremely dark and horrible series where terrible things happen, he is expelling all the evil thoughts from his own mind. And so all that's left is all the happy thoughts. Meanwhile, Miyazaki...
Japanese society is not doing well, is it?
Miyazaki only writes happy, wholesome stuff, so he expels all the happy, wholesome stuff from himself. So all that's left is the dark.
Name a single time Japanese society wasn't in some kind of hell.
Never.
Japanese society.
Yeah, World War II fucked them up really bad. Poor guys.
Even before then, they were fucked. Let's be clear. There was like maybe a century or two where they were kind of in a weird, scientific progressive age, but they were also behind the rest of the world.
Oh yeah, no. Like the Americans coming in on their doorstep and being like, "Hi, medieval society, we have guns."
That made a culture that already had a penchant for being an asshole into monsters.
Yeah, what's funny too about that is that the American government forced Japan to trade with them, and if they didn't agree, then they would blow up one of their ports.
Jesus Christ.
Like, unironically, their entire negotiation tactic was send a bunch of gum shits with a Commodore, and the Commodore was like, open the fucking place up.
Ever heard of the phrase gunboat diplomacy? This is where it comes from.
So
I see.
It actually.
So, oh no.
A TV show that has recently concluded named Andor. Because there are differing opinions of this show.
You like the live action How to Train Your Dragon? Well, that's good. Glad you enjoyed it.
I've been seeing people way too triggered and aggressive about those on either side. Like, I have some strong criticisms of Andor, right? And suddenly people are like saying, I'm a retard, I don't know what to talk about. That must mean I'm a terrible writer.
Intelligent.
Like I must be an idiot for having these opinions that actually have perfect reason and cause behind them. And perhaps we'll get into the discussion something like about that, because I do want to talk about Andor. But the first thing
you want to talk about Andor? Fuck. Sorry, go on.
Ryder's holding himself back. It's ready to go. Before we go, I would love to just reiterate, this is a TV show. ultimately it means nothing in the larger scheme of things. Okay, if you like it, if you love it, you can decided on how they determine if something is good or bad more, because the people that
That's what I'm talking about.
oh yeah, well, this analysis, because I think there is, I think people should understand it a bit more, because the people that praise. Oh yeah, why is that?
No, I was going to go off into the same thing. You can continue, please. Do continue.
Well, that's the thing, because the people that I find praising Andor, right, are the type of people that value different things in media, and particularly it's about consistency, characterization, and setups and payoffs and everything like that. And
aren't those things you
I
like?
find people who value those and prioritize those have a different kind of gauge on if something is entertaining and enjoyable to watch, because they find that enjoyable. And a good comparison, I think in comparing like how people are receiving Andor and judging it, is like judging classic opera to pop music. Okay, now. Which is good, which is bad, and I think people get lost.
Pause. Are you just? Is he really just going at the argument of, oh, Star Wars is supposed to be this? I don't like that Andor does not do this thing, which I view as
that's
being
the argument.
It's so shallow.
That's what I'm suspecting is his point.
Because he acknowledged
that's the only way it makes sense.
Yeah, he understands that he can't criticize Andor on a more methodical method that he can usually do with other bad shows, because he understands that Andor is of high quality, but he doesn't like it despite this, and so now he's trying to search for a justifiable reason for why he doesn't like it, to prevent people from realizing that he doesn't like it for a very petty reason, but in turn is revealing how petty of a reason that is. I think
that's
he's
a terrible writer because he can't.
In the discussion of is one inherently superior to the other, and they are assigning inherent like based on more personal preferences. But there's another side to it, because technically, from an objective sense, right, neither is better than the other. You just have what your preference is, and if you like classic opera more than pop music, you might think pop music is bad, but it's like, well, you just don't like it. And so that's one side to the discussion. I think it's very worth having. But there's another side that I think is a little harder for people to come to terms with, and that is, if I was to say what is more broadly appealing, classic opera or pop music, what would you guys answer with?
Pop music.
Pop music
is more widely appealing.
It really does depend on the culture. Like, that's not.
I mean, both are good. I listen to both. Like, I listen to all kinds of genres of music based on the mood, based on what I'm looking for. Like, I will listen to opera music, and I love it, but it's not for every moment of every day. Good night.
Another thing I do, I've listened. There's lots of video game music of different genres I will listen to as orchestra, because guess what? I can enjoy them in two different kinds of genres. It's like one's not better than the other.
I think I'm about to unlock.
Hey, Aspiring, have you checked out the orchestral version of various Sabaton songs? Because something that I like to do is that whenever I'm listening to the War to End All Wars albums, I instead first listen to the symphonic version of it, specifically Stormtroopers, because I like the way that it flows together.
I haven't done that, but I know Sabaton's collabed with another band that does do more orchestral music, and those collabs are fucking amazing.
Oh yeah.
Tap into my stream for like a second. Look at this. I'm about to unlock the yellow crystal.
Okay.
I now have the, they call it dark matter crystal, but that's like copyright reasons, but it's really a yellow kyber crystal. There it is. Let's go.
Dope.
I love chasing these things.
I do too. It's why I like to do.
Don't feed him another addiction.
I'm not gonna play Destiny, don't worry. But
no. As to why?
Don't worry, you don't need to. I just want to show, since we're watching Andor and Destiny as a Star Wars expansion right now, the two go together really well.
To everyone. There are some people that hate pop music, and classic opera has more sophistication, more talent, more broadly appealing. And pop music would people who more than I want to find. They have trouble balancing that.
Orchestra is not just
because don't get me wrong.
I'm not gonna lie. Shad sped up is really annoying. I don't know about you guys, but it's really irritating my ears.
People who more than I want to look at the cold hard facts of quality, the technical aspects of how something is made, the amount of talent required that goes into making it. I find they have trouble balancing that against the reality that I feel that there are actually objective standards that you can appeal to for popularity and enjoyability and likability. Because
no, you're conflating
something being
subjectivity with objectivity. Just because something's popular doesn't mean it's objectively like there's an objective recipe to make something popular.
So here's the thing: pop music, I think you could say, is objectively more popular and mainstream than orchestral, because for some reason better.
Yeah.
But that does not
Well,
make
I-
it better than orchestra.
I mean,
music.
it's literally
Yeah,
named
well, a lot
after
of
the
it
fact
boils
that they are
down.
popular.
Yeah,
called
and
popular
reason
when
why-
we
music.
use the word objective, we need to use it how it's supposed to be used. Something like
Yes.
the sun is objectively hot.
Yeah.
You need to use it for things that are
It is
actually
relatively
objectively.
Like fundamental,
Relatively.
like objectivity.
Relative
Like the
to us,
foundations
the
of
sun
the
is
ob-
hot.
Yeah, like the foundations of objectivity cannot be complicated. They need to be simple in order to establish a solid foundation to build off of. That's
Yeah.
why.
And if we're going off of music, some of the most popular pop
Mhm.
songs become really annoying to listen to because of how often they get played because of that.
Yeah.
popularity. It's like music is not the way you should go about that. So some really popular songs are okay, but once you've had the radio playing it over and over every hour, you want that thing shut
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, I will never forgive the radios for playing somebody that I used to know. Still to this day, when I hear that beat, I get so mad. I hate that beat. But I like the remixes they made, like the Lore remix of that song. That one goes hard. But
Here's the
yeah,
thing.
whenever I hear that song playing, I still get mad.
Here's like somebody I used to know is an okay song, but there are songs
Yeah.
like that. I know exactly what you mean. Played enough, I want it turned off.
Yeah,
I like.
it wasn't
I-
a bad song, but hearing it 80 times in a week, I was like, I hate this fucking song.
There were
The
several
fucking
songs on the
radios
radio.
wouldn't stop.
Guys, you don't need to play it 24 times a day, okay? You just
No.
and not just that.
Oh
the
my
amount of
God.
times I have
What a
had the
time.
same shitty song play on multiple radio stations at the same exact time, so I had no other choice but to listen to it.
Oh no. Yeah, I remember
That is
those
how
days.
often they get played. Ugh.
I
Also,
remember
like how
those
it's-
days.
It still happens. This happened just a few months ago. I think it was Whiskey. That was a song that was annoying me for a long time.
Mhm.
That sounds familiar.
So
Also, it's really weird that Chad's kind of contradicting himself here because he says that there's like a crowd of people who like Andor because it has very consistent writing, has proper setups and payoffs, and they derive enjoyability from those meticulous elements. And then he's going on saying that, oh, there's another side of people who don't like Andor, and there's an objective reason for why, because of popularity, enjoyability, and likability. Like, bro, you just said the other side enjoys Andor because of objective components. Why are you now?
What is up with the
Comparing
okay,
this
so the
other
hatred
side
of
that-
Andor and then the hatred of fans who like Andor and the anti what's up with all these like mind games that people are playing? Just like the show or don't like the show.
I think they're
Keep
trying
it
to
simple.
find a more nuanced reason regarding why they don't like a show, even though deep down they know it's petty, because they fear that they will
is.
lose credibility if they just say, I don't like it because it's not my cup of tea. They have to make up a reason to justify their current beliefs, which in turn,
Just say it's not your
which-
preferred
yeah,
thing.
like-
It's
yeah,
not
well,
yours.
that in turn,
It's
which
the
funny enough,
opposite-
that in
opposite
turn,
side of it's the opposite side of people who have to make shit up to explain why they liked TLJ.
Well, it's kind
Mm.
of
It's,
It- Chad
it's simply
basically-
them post hoc rationalization. They felt an
Yeah.
emotion that was incongruent with with how other people felt about it. They know that it is incongruent with the rational side of their brain, and so they are
Mhm.
making up a rationality to force onto the rational side of their brain, so that way
Yeah.
they can fix the cognitive dissonance they are experiencing.
yeah, like
Here's
here's all
And
the
Trip,
same
before you
coin.
make wait,
Yeah.
she's asleep right now, isn't she?
Cognitive
yeah,
dissonance.
Trip's asleep.
Mhm.
Boy,
So-
do I get accused of that a lot, which
Chad
is
was in
not
a-
far from accurate.
Chad's in a similar position of why I was questioning Dunn, in which is they've both said the same thing of what they've wanted in Star Wars, which Andor does, hence why I was giving shit to Dunn, and he's in that same position because he's been wanting many of the elements in Andor for a while. The problem is, Chad is 100% a person who he hates the Mando stuff and then proposes all of this shit, and now he doesn't like this because he is he is a little bit
Like, he'd like,
flat in this
um,
case, and that he does want flashy sword fights. He
Yeah.
does want he's a lot less particular than he likes to make himself out to be. He does want just
yeah,
want
like he.
Would you
like,
guys
he's
like to
not
see the
interested-
cantina?
Yeah,
Like
like
for
he's
me,
not.
for me, it's like I don't know why I'm not able to be emotionally invested in Andor. I think it's just the conflict is just not particularly interesting to me. and that's part of it. I also don't really invest in any of the characters within it, but I do think that it's just like I don't find it like compelling in a similar way to something like I don't know, like Nightcrawler, for example, or even Dune Parts 1 and 2.
Really?
Or do you like or don't like Nightcrawler? Just out of curiosity.
I love Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's awesome. It's
Yeah,
one of my
I'm-
favorite movies.
It's a very highly that is a really well directed movie. It's very impressive how well it was directed.
Dunn, it's funny you mentioned that you really like Nightcrawler because guess who wrote Nightcrawler?
Who?
Dan Gilroy. Do you know who? Do you know who else Dan? Do you know who else
Nice.
Dan Gilroy wrote?
Yeah, I know. He wrote Andor as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think it's-
That's awesome.
Yeah, so
By the way, do you guys want to see the cantina? I think they did a really good job with it. I don't know if there's sound playing in my stream or not. The music's a vibe in here.
the music is you did not share audio now.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
that's probably for the
all-
best because the stream is probably gonna get copyright. I don't know.
Maybe. I think games is much more lenient.
Yeah, but I don't know.
More
if they
lenient,
just
but YouTube
top-
AI is shit.
Yeah.
True.
That.
One side is getting praise for its quality of writing, its characterizations, and there are things worthy of praise in it. Don't get me wrong.
100%.
But then why isn't it popular? Why now? It's climbing ratings, but we are nowhere near the height and popularity of the most popular and enjoyed Star Wars by far. Not
Well, I
even.
think that's
I
an
don't
easy question. I think
care
that's kind of an
about
easy
that.
question to answer in regards to why aren't people actually watching it is based on the track record that Disney has given us with Star Wars in recent times. Well, when I say in recent times, you can
Yeah.
argue that it's been since they've owned it, and I'm definitely there for that argument. I think that they've done irreparable damage to not only the franchise of Star Wars, but the entirety of the fan base is splintered.
Yeah.
It's splintered into so many. There's so many different levels of the splinter now within the Star Wars fan base. It's actually kind of ridiculous to think that there's that many. It's like asking how many genders there are. It's like how many fucking splinters in the Star Wars fan base are there? I'm curious, like who here has actually seen it? Obviously, I know you have, Shad. Devil, have you seen it?
Andor. I saw the first
You've
episode.
seen like half of
Seen half of
Andor.
No, of season one. Season one. Okay.
So
A lot of people
that's
checked out
funny.
just on the first two episodes of Andor season
Oh.
one. I feel are like unforgivably slow and boring. And on a technical level, there's some very solid stuff done. But from a point of view of how engaging is it, does it draw you in to enjoy the characters and get you invested in the story? I think it does execute those parts extremely poorly, badly in season one of Andor. And I think season two suffers from very similar things to a lesser extent, but it's still there.
I think season one, I agree with that. The episode one opening to me, it was it made a good inciting incident. Like he killed these two guys. Now he has to go and run and try to cover it up because he killed these two Imperial officers. And then it got going for a little bit in the first episode of season one, and then they ground the story to a halt so he can meet all of his treehouse best friends, which is like this girl, this other guy, this homeless dude, I guess, who works in the yard. Like I want to keep going with the story. I don't want to meet all these people. I want to keep going with this whole thing about him covering it up. I thought it was gonna be like they're coming after him. It's probably in episode 2, but this needs to start happening in episode 1. Like this kind of the setup was there. There's no payoff. It's like okay, not everyone can be Game of Thrones, okay?
What?
This is interesting because, like, we got a comment saying hard to disagree. No,
Uh,
can you hear me?
That's
well, the thing
episode
is,
2 is a lot of Cyril getting his like forces up to go and get
yeah,
there.
and
Doesn't it
this
end with
episode-
him landing?
No, that's when episode 3 begins. Episode 2 was the establishment of Luthen, establishment of Marva, and it was also the establishment of more so like what had really happened on Canary, and regarding like it pretty much
Right,
like established like a core component. Yeah, it pretty much established like why Cassian has this constant yearning to kind of like redeem himself to some capacity or to save others, because his inaction that resulted in the death of a tribal leader that he cared about was made him extremely guilty, and that guilt never really
A
went
guilt
away.
complex makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, that guilt never
Episode
really
2
went away, especially since he never got to save his sister, which he did say that he would come back for, and he never did, much like with Marva.
Mm.
Yeah, episode 2 is basically moving the pieces to where they're going to be having the action in 3.
Yes, yeah, and episode 3 makes all the setup and episodes 1 and 2 worth it, because episode 3 is a great episode.
It's the like majority of Andor will typically have at least one episode where a lot of pieces are just moving.
Yes.
And then you get the tension the next episode. That's just
Yeah,
Mhm.
Like everybody's robotic.
But
Yeah.
the reason
So I
why
figure I'm
I'm
not
completely
believable.
fine with it is because I care about the action. I care about the characters and their climactic show offs. I care about all these like set pieces because of the setup, because of the moving pieces. The show actually did the legwork to showcase these very complex conflicts in a way that it's not contrived.
From episode 1. But
I want to speak on that.
Let me give that perspective because I loved Andor. I thought it was the best thing. But I think a huge reason why it's not doing well, kids don't like it. My kids didn't even like Rebel One or Rogue One.
It's too slow for them.
It's like they grew up on. Dude, it's short attention span theater these days, right? You can make a movie like Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. You can make these slow character-driven movies, which I love. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. It's like that kind of it's all about character. And if you don't have good character, then to me you don't have a story. But what makes all the money? These stupid freaking Michael Bay movies.
Well, here's the thing, because again, this comment is talking about exactly the issue that I want to highlight. It's like, if you don't
Not
enjoy
wrong.
the bird's good for you, that's your subjective opinion, you're allowed to have it, but it doesn't determine if it's good or bad. All right. This is where I think there is a disconnect. It's like it doesn't determine if it's good or bad. All right. There is a different metric that needs to be understood outside of consistency of writing, making it all logically, sound and everything like that. Look, this is an essential part of good writing, but it's not the only thing. It is also paying off or satisfying audience expectations. Now, I have an example, an analogy that I think demonstrates.
You are not a
You should just
person to
say
speak on that,
it's
Mr.
like spaghetti bolognese
Shattuck.
analogy.
I've read your fucking book.
Your book is pretty bad.
Wait, he wrote a book?
He did. And if we're going simply on fulfilling audience expectations, as a person who is a YouTuber who centers his entire personality on swords and swords fights, he completely avoids ever describing a sword fight the entire fucking book.
What? Why would you not go all out and overly describe that if that's your passion?
I have no idea.
You guys get on me for
Because
over describing. Because I'm
he
extremely passionate
unironically,
about space.
The most described sword fight is one at the very beginning, where the main character is still an old man and he's fighting someone who hasn't ever held a sword in an actual fight. And in every other sword fight in the entire book, he just does the stupid cliche thing of, oh, they clash back and forth. Like, no
Oh
description
my
of
god.
anything
So
at
he's
all.
one of those writers that assumes other people are seeing what he's seeing in his head, while I'm the opposite. I'm a writer that assumes you don't see what I'm seeing in my head, so I over describe it, and that's always the same criticism I get every time. Too many words.
Yeah, but like,
Every
the clashing
time.
with a different author, clashing back and forth, I would be more lenient to it, as this person does not have the experience or knowledge necessary, technical expertise. It's a combination of them to properly write one, and so he uses that as a way of like, if a person understanding the limitations and deciding to just do a basic thing and let the audience assume. That's not something I'll necessarily shit on someone for. The problem is Shad is not one of those people who gets that excuse. He has 100% built his entire personality around it, and his audience will likely come from his channel. And he fucking sets up, it's like, you should at least describe one of them. He describes none.
Describe the hilt, describe how the swords clash, describe everything.
Just
Come on,
something
man.
technical, man. You constantly go on about this. You fucking have done videos where you're like, here is a good movie fight scene if I was directing it, and then you just refuse to actually try and describe one at all, even when you've kind of set up that it should happen.
This is the analogy. You go in to your restaurant and you are in the mood for spaghetti bolognese because you love spaghetti bolognese and you want that spaghetti bolognese, and so you order spaghetti bolognese, and instead they give you a perfectly made shepherd's pie.
I'd still eat the shepherd's pie. I love shepherd's pie.
Okay, well,
Sorry,
hold on. The reality is, if you
metaphor.
were in the mood for spaghetti bolognese, you would be pissed that you got shepherd's pie instead. And here's the reality: shepherd's pie can be very good shepherd's pie, but shepherd's pie is very bad spaghetti bolognese. Okay, and these are the metrics.
I honestly think that this analogy falls apart very quickly.
Wait, is he saying that Andor is a good show, but it's a bad Star Wars show? Is that what he's saying?
That's basically
Yes,
what
that's
he's trying to say.
effectively what he said.
I've heard this analogy before. Here's what I say to this analogy. Yes, you might be in the mood for something, and if you get something else, you might not initially like it. But if that thing is still good, you'd probably go back to it when you're in a mood for something else again because it was good.
I think also the analogy falls apart because it's not a matter of personal preference in terms of food. It's more a matter of, at least with stuff like Rings of Power, Wheel of Time, Disney, Star Wars, it's more a matter of you're being served sewage. as
Well, here's the
well.
thing. It was kind
It's
of
a
brought
really
up
funny
earlier,
way to
but
put that.
when they mentioned the splintering of the fan base, what Disney's effectively done is that they've managed to piss off majority of the fans who are very well read on the lore, leaving only people who aren't that
Kathleen
knowledgeable,
Kennedy.
but still kind of like the fan base. Then they kept making stupider and stupider shows, which end up losing more and more audience as you just basically you're left with only the ones who care very little and are really dumb or are there for the cult following. And then you bring Andor in the mix after all of that. The amount of people who have a brain and are still interested in Star Wars is just drastically fallen. So Andor is not having much of an appeal to those who are left. The only people who are going to be watching are those who kind of feel a need to keep seeing what Disney Star Wars does, like EFAP. They will torture themselves.
Mhm.
And
And they also do it for the audience and for the money.
Yeah.
You know, if they didn't have their channels, they probably wouldn't even bother with it.
They probably wouldn't.
No,
and so it's like they might not.
And
There's
that
just
is totally valid.
I think there might have been a point in like Acolyte or something that might break them, but they weren't broken. They watched it. It ended up being good.
Yeah,
And
let's be honest. Acolyte was a hate watch show. Everyone watched that to clown on it.
That's what I mean.
That's literally what I did.
Acolyte would have probably killed some people. Like Dunn's an example of this. His investment in Star Wars kind of was dead by the time Andor came out, and so he didn't watch it. That would be the same case for many people. The amount of fans for it have just been died because you've been filtering for the stupidest in your audience, and then you made a show that goes for only people who are willing to actually engage with it. The exact opposite.
Yeah,
of what you've
and
so
it
far
completely
said that-
destroys. Yeah, it completely destroys their conditioning to what they expect a Star Wars show should be, because it's nothing like any other modern Star Wars show. It actually requires you to use your brain and pay attention, which every other Star Wars show is trying to prevent you from doing. Otherwise, you'll realize how awful it is.
It's
Yeah.
going for a target audience that so far haven't gotten anything and have been getting more pissed off and not caring for the entire franchise. That would be the
Yeah.
explanation for why. It's a
And
decent
unfortunately,
show. Lost.
Yeah. And unfortunately, like most of the people who initially watch Andor won't even be able to fully appreciate it because they don't really appreciate like character writing or sophisticated themes or like well-written characters. They just want to see
Casual
fun
audiences don't even know about those things.
And this is kind of why I'm like, so I get fairly pissed at just Disney in general because they could have they keep trying to make everything either dumb or child friendly. When Star Wars is a franchise, they could easily sweep so many different types of audiences with different stuff. Shows that very much appeal to mainstream, others that appeal to a more discerning audience, others for flashy, whatever. Star Wars is versatile enough. But they didn't and just kept shrinking the common denominator to such a degree that they effectively killed the numbers that cared.
Yeah,
A franchise that had like millions of fans has probably shrunk into a fraction of that.
Yeah, like ultimately the biggest thing that Andor has going against it isn't the show itself, but the IP it's attached to.
Pretty
much. Yeah, that's true.
I think I would definitely agree. I fully admit that I am very much biased. Like that's something I will totally admit. And like I think maybe I've just kind of been watching way too many like procedural shows. And
it's literally the opposite of how all the other Star Wars shows are. They try to use the Star Wars IP to get the audience because that's the only thing really there. While Andor honestly is held back by it more, while it still does its best to make use of those elements and does. But in terms of fans, it's like that does actually ended up setting it back more than forward. Its very name, I'm pretty sure, made everyone groan when initially it was announced before the show actually came out, because all of us everybody wondered why did you pick this character to do a show on, because nobody cared about it in Rogue One.
Yeah. That's what fuels my conspiracy theory that the reason Andor is so good is because it slipped under the radar of Kathleen Kennedy. They didn't care about it. That's my theory. They didn't care about it, so they let Tony Gilroy, some guy that they saw as valueless, hey, you want to do this one? Yeah, sure. And then he's like, all right, I'm going to cook.
I think also the people writing the shows are stupid. and he's
Yeah.
and he's the only smart person. Like
probably as a punishment, they gave him like the least, the least successful show, and he just decided, okay, well, I'll make it the best one of them all.
Well, the thing is, Cassian Andor was his own character that Tony Gilroy made in Rogue One. Like Cassian was a character that Tony made.
Yeah, I know.
I also don't think
which is why they gave him the show.
I don't think it would be considered a punishment, since Rogue One is, objectively speaking, the most successful,
maybe $1 billion
loved standalone film, and it is the Disney Star Wars film that everybody likes.
It is the one that still hold up the best, and
it does have the best space sequence I've ever seen in Star Wars.
It
really does.
Second half of
the final act,
pretty good. And honestly, it has the best characters of Disney Star Wars in it. K2SO was great. Krennic is pretty decent. Vader is still Vader.
Yeah,
those
Tarkin
Vader scenes were incredible.
And Tarkin, I think, is still pretty good. I know people comment on the CGI or de-aging, but he's still like acting himself.
Oh yeah, the CGI characters look fine. They really do.
I think I still would have preferred that the actor playing him was just in a wig. I think that he would have been able to pull off Tarkin.
I get that, but he at least
I personally think he should have been recast.
himself.
Yeah,
I think he still acted himself. He acted as Tarkin. It's like, okay, whether or not you care about how he looks, he still at least acted the character, which is important.
I think that the voice acting is good. I think the voice acting is really good. I think the Leia CGI,
the Leia one is jarring.
Really weird.
Yeah, that was a bit goofy, but it's acceptable.
It could have honestly been better if they hadn't showed the face. I think everyone would have, because she was still alive at this time.
Well, she doesn't sound. She sounded like a lady who's been chain smoking for a while.
If they wouldn't have shown her face and just showed like her back, that would have been great. That would have been just fine. They didn't need to do that whole turnaround, zoom in on the face shot. That was not necessary.
It's one of those times of our technologies progressing in such a manner that people are like, oh, we have to use it, instead of just being like, look, let's just not. Let's just do the strategy and not.
Well, also,
and I'm sorry, Tony. The whole Rogue One speech scene was so cringe. It was so cringe. I'm sorry, Tony. It was funny, but it was so cringe.
I feel like he got saddled with that shit.
I don't think Tony Gilroy wrote that specific monologue, to be fair.
No, he didn't write it, but the whole delivery and how it was done, I was like, this ain't it, Chief. I love you as a writer, but this ain't it.
Well, I don't think he wrote it, is what I'm saying. Most of it was Gareth Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gareth Edwards, we've seen that Gareth Edwards is talentless. Like he demonstrated that with the Godzilla movies and Jurassic World.
I think Gareth
Which worlds did he make? The first one? All of them?
He made Rebirth.
The fourth one. He made the fourth one.
He made Rebirth.
This year.
The recent one? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I think Gareth Edwards only made one Godzilla film, to be fair. Yeah, it was the best one in the MonsterVerse.
Which one was it?
It was still bad.
2014.
Let me see. Gareth Edwards.
It was okay. I thought it was okay.
Oh,
that's some of the worst plot armor I've seen.
He made the Creator, which is apparently really bad.
Yeah,
I didn't mind it. I liked it, to be honest. I don't know why everyone hates that movie. I know why they hate it. It's because it has a very cliche plot structure. But I thought the acting was excellent. The acting carried that movie very hard. Like the acting from the main lead, the acting from the little girl robot was really damn good. But yeah, it does kind of tell a Last of Us story. It's very, very cliche plot.
A lot of mainstream audiences are going to gauge it against. So
that's my opinion on the Creator.
I enjoyed Rogue One, but
I saw it. I liked it.
Reasons and the quality necessarily. Like
I need to get something out. I need to. Okay, so in regards to just quickly the split in like the people that love the show and the people that don't like the show, I really feel like it's different levels of Star Wars knowledge. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that, and I'm not taking away from the people that don't have as much knowledge, not being Star Wars fans, I'm not saying that at all, but it's different levels of knowledge. So for me, there's things that in season 1 that I really don't like, and there's things in season 2 that I really don't like. I will say, the good things that I will say about Andor is, yes, it looks good, it's shot really well, and the locations are actually quite good and nice, and the shots look fantastic. The dialogue and the writing is probably some of the best. There are a couple of things and a couple of characters I do take issue with, especially Bail Organa. But like those elements are pretty tight. And they're the ones that a lot of the people, and I've been watching a lot of Mauler and the EFAP crew and stuff, and they're praising the hell out of this stuff. But everything that they love about it is about the writing and the way that, and I'm not saying that it's bad, I'm actually saying that it's actually done quite well. The problem is, as soon as you put it into the Star Wars universe for me, it falls to pieces, right? Not only can they not keep it straight with their own canon in regards to stories they've already written in regards to like K2SO's backstory. But like,
there was a comic that had that.
Okay, his take was okay until now.
It fit
Disagree.
very well in. It doesn't contradict anything. Hell, it fucking references certain things that I wish it didn't, like Canthobite.
I think that he's about to bring up something really stupid.
Also, the K2SO backstory, Tony Gilroy himself actually stated that he wanted to be the one to write it because it was his character. But
he did do a really good job in Andor with K2.
Yeah,
really good job.
Somebody already beat him to it, basically.
And to be fair,
and it wasn't even a good
Andor,
comic either.
Yeah, it wasn't a good comic either. So like the retcon, it was better than what was already established. So I'm fine with the retcon.
Yep.
Yeah, same. I think he actually mentioned a holocron, and he's like the reason why he actually
they canonized the EU so they could have one consistent timeline, and they keep fucking that up. They did the same thing with the Ahsoka novel. They released the Ahsoka novel. This is canon, guys. Get this story, and then they go and retcon it in Tales of the Jedi and Clone Wars season 7. It's like, what's the point? Are you going to refund those books because they're no longer canon anymore? Like that's where I sort of start.
Also, on the note of the dialogue, right?
I mean,
I think
that's just a
things in
Disney
Andor
issue
is
in
getting
general.
vastly more praise than it deserves when it is just average, competent, what you should expect from a story, where something just makes sense, and then there's been praise to it and like there is some brilliant dialogue in Andor which deserves to be praised. There is a line from I forget his name, but he's the main, spy guy. That's it'll come to me later. No, not Cyril. It's
Oh my god!
Do you mean Luthen, or do you mean the ISB agent working for Luthen?
It would be so funny if he's talking about Andor and he just forgot that the show was named after the main character.
I don't think he's that stupid. No, he didn't. I don't think he messed that up.
Funny.
That would be really funny if that is true.
He is talking about Luthen. He is talking about Luthen. But my god, I would have laughed so hard if that was the case. Oh yeah, right. The main protagonist was named after the show.
Where Andor asked him, what if the planet dies? Talking about the planet, and then his answer was, then it would burn very brightly. That's a good line. That's a great line.
There's definitely some decent lines and some decent speeches and all of that. Like the stuff that people are praising is actually not too bad, right? But like I take exception to a TIE fighter bouncing off the walls at the very opening scene and like flying across a cabin and going across the wall of the cabin and nothing fucking happening.
Right.
Like,
I take exception to the entire TIE fighter arc in those first 3 episodes. It is,
and then we don't even get to see what he does with the TIE fighter. Like the whole story is not there.
You could have cut that entirely, and the Andor show would be exactly the same. It is completely irrelevant to the larger plot. They waste all this time on when they could have spent more time on some really important stuff about Luthen's progression and how he's relevant and how they discover who Luthen is and everything like that. That is vastly more important story element stuff to include. They had, because this is where we get to some what I feel is some more objective criticisms.
The TIE Avenger functions as Cassian's vehicle. Is transportation. It is plot relevant.
It's like it's somewhat relevant to third and how things are set up, but I do agree in that it doesn't affect anything past the 3rd episode.
Yeah, it does not. Yeah, we do not see the TIE Avenger ever again, which is a little unfortunate. But like,
I'm gonna be. This is a personal thing for me. I hate seeing a new, more advanced TIE, and then the TIE Defender gets fucking shat on in Rebels because Rebels just can't fucking write something good.
Yeah, that was good.
Rebels sucks.
These things aren't canon. Don't worry.
Rebels is canon. That's the problem.
Here's the thing.
I'm joking.
I want
I'm joking.
The TIE Defender 1 just looks cool, and 2 is actually pretty cool as like a project, and I like the politics that was surrounding it. How Thrawn was constantly trying to get funding, and the Death Star funding kept fucking him up, and he just could not get it to go widespread. So that like itched me. But also, what you had to really about like, and then it will burn brightly line. That doesn't mean much without the previous speech from Luthen. The Luthen admitting like he's going to use whatever methods necessary, even those the Empire uses to do it, is what makes that line hit so much harder because you understand why. He probably does.
It's also paired with the line I burn my. I can't remember what it was.
I burn my decency for a sunrise I'll never see.
Yeah, it's like It's not just saying I will burn anything to get to what I want. It's like I have chosen to do this. I don't like it either, but this is the path I've taken. You can tell he does not.
He does not take any pleasure in anything he does. He does not take any pleasure in anything he does. He only views it as pragmatic. He views this as the most efficient way of taking down the Empire.
He's
hey, Wissia, what is Dan? Can you show my stream for a second? What is this kind of reference to?
Oh no.
Just out of curiosity.
He's basically.
I want to see what this is in Star Wars.
He sees himself.
I have no clue what that is.
That kind of just looks like a standard rebel gun.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't.
Just trying to figure out what each of them are.
Guys, we have been talking for like
analogy of spaghetti bolognese versus shit
hours. We're not even like.
So we should probably
We can keep going. It's the weekend. No one. It's about to be holidays.
To sleep, dude.
It's about to be holidays. Does it matter?
Is for the week done.
I don't care.
It's 3 a.m. where Raptor is. It's 3 a.m. where Raptor is, and he's still up.
Yes.
You can survive, done. It's this weekend.
I know, but I need to get a lot of stuff done tomorrow. I have a couple of scripts that I need to write for a friend of mine and the Three-Eyed Theorist.
What the fuck do you mean by scripts?
I mean, that's exactly what I mean. I'm writing a pair of scripts for a couple of videos that he's going to make in the future.
Why are you writing scripts for other people when you barely even make your own videos anymore?
Because I find writing A Song of Ice and Fire Theories fun, and he pays me for it.
He does pay you. Okay, good.
GG's.
That was gonna be my next question, but please tell me.
GG's.
Yeah,
that is fair and valid.
Yeah. He just gives me a quota of like, hey, we're trying to go up to 5 videos a week.
How much are you getting paid?
35 a script.
$35 a script.
Yeah.
That's cheap.
You sure you want to share that publicly?
I'm fine.
What do you mean
I don't
publicly? Watches this?
Because we're on YouTube.
No, one, not many people watch this, so no one's gonna care. But also, two, what he said doesn't really matter much. But it's just like $35 a script. God damn, right? That's not enough.
Like, how long are these scripts?
10,000 words max.
I still feel like that's too small for the amount.
I mean, if we're looking at like $1 per page, that's not. Maybe like $2 per page would be better.
Well, it's just like
I'm okay. I'm honestly okay with it because it's fun.
I get that.
Okay
I'm still gonna say that I feel like that's a bit cheap because it's 10,000. I assume when you say make the scripts, how much of it are you making? Making it from scratch?
I'm making it from scratch with only a prompt.
Okay, yeah, because you're gonna have to come up with what you want to do, how you want to format it, draft it, all that stuff. 10,000 takes quite a bit of effort to make it wordy.
There's not really a minimum requirement. There is a maximum since they if it's over 10,000 words, they will do a 2-parter. They get a 2-parter and they prefer to, and so I'm honestly fine with it. And
so you can so it's like one script is maximum 10,000. You can do less and still get 35 for less than 10,000. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
That does change it slightly.
Yeah. So basically it's just, can you give me a completed script? And for me, I will just sometimes, I think I recently I've done 2 for him so far. One is going to be split into a 2-parter, and he does count that as 2 scripts. And he does count that as 2 scripts and will pay me accordingly. And then I just barely gave him a script. It just happened to turn out to be 10,000 words because the story that I wrote, I was like, there's a lot of stuff I want to do here. And it ended up being 10,000 words. So, yeah.
All right.
If you get enjoyment out of it and the pay is acceptable to you, I see nothing wrong here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
If the transaction is mutual and, respectable.
Before we go, To address what Shad believes, which is Andor isn't true Star Wars, I'd like to say that Andor does more with the original trilogy's themes than any other live-action Star Wars project has done.
It really does,
And
yeah.
I am dead serious
Oh.
when I say this.
Someone sniped me.
Because a big component of the original trilogy is the dynamic between the Rebellion and the Empire. A lot of people remember the dynamic between the Jedi and the Sith because it's a bit more personable, because, you know, the main protagonist is very much heavily involved in that side of the films. However, I say a larger component is just the Empire itself. And, of course, the Rebellion being brave enough to say no against their regime. And Andor explores these elements so much better than the prequels ever did when it came to trying to like find the more nuance. Yeah, the
prequels were great at world building, but not characterization.
Even world building is pretty bad.
No, I like the world building in the prequels.
I like the world building as well, but I can acknowledge that it's poorly written.
I understand.
Prequel more just kind of gave a really nice sandbox to kind of do stuff in.
Yes. A lot of people, I think big reason why a lot of people are a bit more fun over the prequels than they should is because it was a foundation for many better stories to be told within that sandbox.
Yeah, and to be fair, Andor I think takes as much from prequel era than OT, because OT shit does not show Coruscant or anything like that.
Yes.
Versus, like Coruscant is 100% from prequels.
Yeah, it's a perfect segue between the prequels and the original trilogy. Like, if you were to watch like the prequels to Andor to the OT, it would slot perfectly in between prequels and the original trilogy.
I would agree with that for sure.
So it's like much of the interesting stuff we get from Andor is at least like I think the third prequel kind of stuff.
Yeah, and ultimately the reason why I really love Andor is because it makes the Empire more intimidating, fully understanding the capacity and their disgusting desire to control and dominate, and how that ends up and how their nature ultimately becomes their own undoing makes the Empire so fascinating. And it makes the big moments, big milestones our main protagonists make in the original trilogy hit that much harder because of that context of Andor. It makes the Empire a bit more solidified, makes it more grounded. It's likewise with Rebellion. I'm personally a lot more captivated by the Civil War because of Andor. Because before, I preferred the Clone Wars era over the Civil War era, but Andor made me like this era a lot more. So it made the rebels interesting. And every other Star Wars.
Did you just say rebels?
Yes.
I rebel.
I rebel. I rebel. But yes. It made the Rebellion interesting, which is something I never fully resonated with in any other piece of Star Wars media. Like, even the OT, I just cared about the characters themselves. I didn't really care about, like, the Rebellion as a faction.
The issue is Rebellion is just hero faction in most stories.
Yes.
They do not like to show that, one, it can be shitty, two, splintered, three, very, very complicated and weird.
Yeah, that's what I like about Andor a lot more than the OT is its depiction of the Rebellion as a faction or multiple factions, because it's a lot more reminiscent to real life rebellions and the messiness associated with it.
Yeah, I do have to say the Empire in Andor feels so much more personal and so much more threatening than almost all other Star Wars media. It feels personal.
I think we brought this up before. That's because the OT focuses on like our frontline main characters of the war with Luke.
You're right. I'm getting a deja vu. I did mention that before. My bad. I do remember now.
We're looking at basically the normal members of the rebellion in this story, and so obviously Empire feels more threatening because of that. For Luke, the Empire is not nearly as threatening because he's a fucking Jedi with a lightsaber and deflect blaster bolt, and meanwhile needs to constantly keep covering his ass because he cannot handle a squad without getting killed.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, guys. I am out of energy. I need to go to bed.
Alrighty, gents.
Good night.
I have BioLife in the BioLife at some point tomorrow, and I need
You have
to
BioLife?
Oh, yeah.
BioLife.
Plasma?
It's, yeah, plasma donation.
Okay,
knew it.
maybe just say plasma.
Dude, I've been getting ads of that. These fucking ad brokers are listening to our conversations. I hate these people. I hate these people so much.
Yeah.
I get ads of things that I talk to people about. It makes me so mad. Like, you
Yeah.
spying fucks.
Try get a Faraday cage for your phone. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I know, right?
Maybe.
I do put, I sound paranoid, but I do put sticky notes on cameras. Like a
I do
camera
that
on my
as
phone and
well.
computer. I
I've
do that
been
because if, you know, Murphy's Law, if it can happen, it will happen, so.
I've been told
That's
to do
fair.
that with the one on my laptop. I haven't, but it's like it has a light to show me it's on.
Yeah,
I
but
know
there
You,
were,
you don't
that's
think
only
these
when
people
the-
could activate it and turn that off? Come on. They did.
Oh, I do.
Well,
I
it
think
is
they
like-
could, but it's like, what the fuck are they gonna see?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just don't. I'm tired of them tracking my eyes. I caught them one time of something I looked at, and then I saw an ad of it later, and I went, "You motherfuckers!" All right, no more of this.
Yeah.
Well,
All right. See you later,
activate-
guys. Bye.
See you done.
Yeah,
Have you
thank
heard how they can basically
you for indulging.